2. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Eyes on the Audit and Mamabear and Mellows, brought to you by Vigilante Media. Welcome back, Mamabear.
Hey. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody in this crazy world.
How are we doing? A bit of a wild one today.
Yeah, let me get you that.
Hey, you like my little colours? Someone gave me a colour and it multiplied.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Hey, Money. Ya? Here's the link.
See, I got the baby oil on there. I got the finger. I got everything on there. Hey, Money, what's happening? Yeah.
There.
Some baby oil. Anyone need some baby oil? We got the DPD stuff.
Yeah. There's an interesting put in the private chat for you. I don't know if
I can share that.
we were watching this earlier, and we decided we wanted to bring it to you guys.
Watch and be amazed at what your government gets up to while you're not paying attention.
Very amazing. Very shocking what they're up to and what they are doing and what is happening every single day and what we don't realize is happening every single day. Because in this, I've seen some stuff I didn't realize was even happening in our country. And I'll tell you, it pissed me off just a little bit.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Something very interesting for you guys to watch and listen to. This is very interesting.
Let me know when you want me to play.
Yeah, go ahead and play it. I'm going to mute up.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. The Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Government Innovation will now come to order. And welcome. A good afternoon. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good afternoon. Late last year, the White Coat Waste Project exposed more than $10 million in taxpayer funds that were spent creating transgender mice, rats, and monkeys. These DEI grants funded painful and deadly transgender experiments that forced lab animals to undergo invasive surgeries and hormone therapies at universities across the country. For example, the Biden-Harris administration spent $2.5 million taxpayer dollars, $2.5 million taxpayer dollars to study the fertility of transgender mice. Let that sink in. We spent over $2 million studying the fertility of transgender mice. $1.1 million was spent to find out if female rats receiving testosterone therapies to mimic transgender men were more likely to overdose on a party drug, commonly used in the LGBTQ community to induce drug-fueled what's called, quote, chemsex. I asked my staff what was chemsex and the chemical, and I guess it's something called GHB, which is a date rape drug, and also a drug that's used recreationally. So we spent over $1 million to find out if female rats receiving testosterone therapy were more likely to overdose on a date rape drug. Like, that's what your taxpayer dollars were being spent on. Federal funds were also used to forcibly transition male monkeys to see if hormone therapy made them more susceptible to HIV. Now, I didn't know this until recently, but monkeys cannot be infected with HIV. Yet this federally funded experiment forced them to take hormone-altering drugs to study a virus they cannot have. The Biden-Harris administration was so eager to propagate their radical gender ideology across all facets of American society that they were surgically mutating animal genitals. Like, taxpayer money went to that. So my question is, were they castrating mice, castrating monkeys? Were they getting double mastectomies? The language that they use in many of these experiments were, quote, gender affirming care, which I learned about 3 years ago what that meant. I thought that was maybe just some hormones or something very, something like that. But apparently gender affirming care is actually surgical mutilation of genitals. And apparently it's not just humans they're doing it to. We were doing it with taxpayer dollars to animals. It's well known that because of the differences between animal and human biology, animal testing frequently does not produce results relevant for humans. In fact, 90% of novel drugs that are successful in animal tests fail in human clinical trials. Today's scientific questions are so complex that we have well surpassed a time where it is useful or appropriate to rely on inhumane animal experiments to answer them. Recently developed technological tools can more accurately model human biology and identify solutions that are more useful for human patients. But it is often the federal bureaucracy that prevents these new technologies from being used. Instead of adequately investing in these innovative alternatives, the federal government has continued to funnel taxpayer dollars towards cruel animal experiments. Today, most of the 27 NIH institutes and centers conduct or support animal testing, as does the Food and Drug Administration, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Department of Defense, and countless other agencies. We have some beagle puppies here with us today. Beagle puppies have gone through some of the worst medical experiments. I mean, drugging them with cocaine, having insects eat at them and their bodies so much until they die, drugging them until they die. These are God's creatures and they're beautiful, and you can see them sitting in the front row today. So we thank the folks who are here and brought these beautiful beagle puppies here today. In fact, the U.S. government spends in excess of $20 billion a year conducting experiments on animals. The White Coat Waste Project found in 2021 that the NIH, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, a component of NIH at the time, ran by Dr. Fauci, spent $1.68 million force-feeding toxic drugs to beagle puppies between 6 and 8 months old before dissecting and killing them. The conversation we're having today is important. In 2022, due to public criticism lobbied against Fauci's NIAID by me and other members of Congress, another $1.8 million experiment to abuse beagle puppies in various drug tests was canceled. So I want to thank the work of White Coat Waste and everyone in the room today, others who've been on the forefront of this fight to end this sick and cruel and barbaric testing of animals today. Thanks to one of our witnesses, Justin Goodman of White Coat Waste. We have in the audience, I already know the beagles are here. The beagles are a reminder of the real cost of animal experimentation. So I'm looking forward to this conversation this afternoon regarding wasteful government spending on animal cruelty. And I also want to say, before I yield over to the ranking member for her opening statement, that this is a nonpartisan issue. Ironically, in oversight, while we might fight a lot in public, we are actually very nonpartisan here, and some of the most nonpartisan work in Congress comes right through this committee. So I want to thank the ranking member, look forward to working with you, and I yield to you for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, and good afternoon to our 3 witnesses. Thanks for being here. Chairwoman Mace, I appreciate
Hello,
it.
Ariel.
With you last week to introduce a bipartisan bill
Hello,
to
fellow.
strengthen
Welcome to
federal
the panel.
contractor cybersecurity.
Yeah,
I was
hello.
glad
Yeah.
that things were able
Hello,
to
welcome,
connect
man.
early into this new Congress.
Hey,
and I'm
Mellows. Hey,
personally involved in
Mamabear.
a team
I don't
finance
want to
campaign
interrupt.
responsible
I'm
for
listening.
medical. As the ranking member of this subcommittee, I look forward to continuing to work with you.
I was
to
saying earlier,
modernize
she's
and
a bit
secure
young to
federal
be a
IT
ranking member,
systems
right?
from potential cyber attacks. Bipartisan solutions like this are critical to protecting our federal system from cyber threats. I look forward to finding more
Mellows,
common ground
can you
and
give me a head
delivering
up?
results
What
for
is
the
it for?
American people.
What they
I'm looking forward
spent
to
the
having a
money for? Or what?
productive discussion today about the scientific.
Right, so this is about how the government wants to spend money on transgender lab rats and poisoning puppies.
What?
You're
Yeah,
joking.
a government wastage. How much money the government wastes on
Oh, okay.
stupid
It's
shit.
unreal. You will hear what they did to them in this video of some of what they did to some of the dogs.
For no reason at all. No rhyme nor reason. They just did this
Okay.
It's
god awful thing just because it pays, it makes money. You know, animal testing is the thing. You just test them, whatever you're gonna test them for. It doesn't matter what you test them. Just test them, man. You're getting millions of pounds to test the fuckers. Right?
Yeah.
What are we testing them for? I don't know. I know this. Let's get some rats and let's cut off their penises and make transgender and transhumanize them into not transgender them into female rats when they're male, or male into female somehow, right? And then let's just feed them some drugs and then stick them on a wheel where they run until they die, and then we just make
Oh my
rid of it. I mean, we're talking about millions and millions of pounds just to do this, right?
trillions.
Trillions.
Is this England or USA?
USA.
Okay.
Oh, no, no,
Okay.
no. No, this goes around the world. 'cause
It does, yes.
no
This is
indication.
funding
Okay.
projects like the NIH, the NIH, the Dr. Fauci and all his bollocks.
Okay.
There is labs in other countries that we are funding also.
Yes, all over the world, millions,
Okay.
billions, trillions of pounds. And what they're panicking about is that this is all coming to right now, and we're coming to light, and everyone's getting a chance to see what kind of money they've been spending. So they're all panicking.
But you think they really spent that much money for this shit?
Trillions,
Oh my God.
right? Well, people are not paying attention. All right.
Yeah.
They do this crazy shit, right?
And then Mellows, they say government has no money for homeless people or for helping, let's say, other things. Their own people. They're giving shitload of money for this crap. Oh my God.
Yeah. Listen to how sick this gets. This is going to piss you off, man.
Well, yeah, I'm listening. I'm now I'm interested to what they have to say.
Yeah. All right.
Innovations and the need for additional oversight.
Can you
of
hear the
alternatives
audio
to
clearly?
animal testing.
Yeah.
Each year, millions of animals, including dogs,
Yeah,
cats,
it's
and
clear.
monkeys, are used worldwide for research. And I think it's safe to assume that everyone here in this room would like to see that number reduced. We are living in a moment where there have been extraordinary advancements in medical research, utilizing groundbreaking technology like artificial intelligence, 3D bioprinting, and robotics that allows us to reduce our reliance on animal testing. I'm especially proud that much of this innovation is happening in my district, Ohio's 11th, home to world-class research universities and medical institutions. Not only does this offer the chance to save animals from suffering, these methods can actually lead to better and more accurate results. From a scientific perspective, one of the main issues with animal testing is that these trials often fail to produce results relevant to humans. In fact, 90% of new drugs that are shown to work in animal models fail in human trials. Dr. Locke, one of the witnesses here today is going to explain this phenomenon. And he said it, and I'll quote, that animal biology is just too different from human biology. Because of this, a great deal of funding and time is wasted on experiments that
No
ultimately
shit,
do not
Sherlock.
translate to human trials. By modernizing our research methods to avoid the use of animal subjects, we can also save precious taxpayer dollars. Thankfully, there are viable alternatives that are more ethical, accurate, and efficient ways to study human biology and disease. We now have the technology to effectively replicate organs in labs, allowing us to better see how the human body will respond to drugs and treatments. We have machine learning systems that can analyze large sets of health data to develop predictable models of patient response. We have the capabilities of 3D printing tissue and muscle to test cosmetics, chemicals, and pharmaceuticals in a highly realistic way. Just these few examples highlight the amazing work that has already been done and the important need for continued investment in the medical field. At the time, we must institute strong oversight of the animal testing that is still occurring to ensure that our federal dollars are being used ethically and transparently and that harm to animals is minimized. I believe it is our moral responsibility to advocate for animals who cannot speak for themselves. Last Congress, I was proud to co-sponsor the Humane Cosmetic Act, which addresses the use of animal testing in the cosmetic industry. This bill had massive bipartisan support, demonstrating the progress we can make in this area. I look forward to hearing more from our witnesses on these important issues, and I look forward to future hearings in the months to come on important topics of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and government innovation. Thank you.
Great job. I'm pleased to introduce our witnesses for today's hearing. Our first witness is Mr. Justin Goodman, Senior Vice President, Advocacy and Public Policy at the White Coat Waste Project. It's also Mr. Goodman's birthday today, and so I'd like to wish you a happy birthday and thank you for being here today. Our second witness is Dr. Paul Locke, professor of the Department of Environmental Health and Engineering at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Our third witness is Ms. Elizabeth Baker, Director of Research Policy at the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. Welcome, everyone. We're pleased to have you this afternoon. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses, if you'll please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate you for being here today and look forward to your testimony. You may be seated. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on when you speak and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. And when the red light comes on, your 5 minutes is up. And we would ask that you please wrap it up. I would like to recognize Mr. Goodman to please begin your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairwoman Mace, Ranking Member Brown, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As the chairwoman mentioned, it's my birthday, and this is the greatest gift I could possibly ask for. My name is Justin Goodman, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Advocacy and Public Policy at the nonprofit, nonpartisan government watchdog White Coat Waste Project. White Coat Waste has one mission: to stop taxpayers from being forced to pay for cruel, wasteful, inefficient, and dangerous animal experiments in labs around the world. Lab survivors Nellie, Beasley, and Oliver, sitting behind me, are 3 of the many reasons why. Many people don't realize that the U.S. government is not only the single largest funder of animal testing in the country, but in the world. Uncle Sam outspends the private sector on animal testing 2 to 1. This isn't something to be proud of. Over 20 years ago, the NIH budget doubled and animal testing skyrocketed, but overall, people aren't healthier or living longer. It is estimated that over $20 billion a year of taxpayers' money is still wasted annually on ineffective and inhumane tests on tens of millions of puppies.
How much you
kittens,
say?
and other
20
animals.
billion?
Am I being flippant when I use the word waste?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. The NIH itself has said, quote, animal models fail to mimic disease or predict
criminal.
how drugs will work in humans, resulting in much waste.
Wait, it gets better.
End quote.
Yet
agencies continue to dump billions of tax dollars into animal tests despite the horrible return on investment. Experiments we've uncovered range from the savage to the stupid: injecting puppies with cocaine, staging hamster fight clubs, putting dead turtles on treadmills. One of the reasons this problem has gotten so out of control is a stunning lack of innovation, transparency, and accountability. Agencies do not report or even track, in some cases, how much money is being spent, how many animals are used, what's being done to them, where, and what taxpayers are getting out of it. We file hundreds of FOIA requests every year to glean just basic information. When we can find out how tax dollars are being spent, it becomes apparent why federal agencies fight against disclosing details. For example, Senator Rand Paul's December 2024 Festivus report highlighted cruel taxpayer-funded cat experiments exposed by my organization. In one $10 million DARPA grant, cats have marbles shoved up their rectums and are electroshocked to make them defecate in constipation experiments. We've also recently identified over $240 million in NIH grants for transgender animal experiments, including $26 million in active funding. Some of these tests, as the chairwoman mentioned, examine the expected drugs on animals injected with testosterone and how hormones used for human gender transitions impact the size and shape of animals' genitals. How does this translate to helping the average American? Shockingly,
sorry, I'm just going to pause this second and just to unpack that. The cat, right? They pushed ball bearings up a cat's rectum. For what?
So
what scientific evidence could you possibly collect by shoving a ball bearing up a fucking cat's arsehole?
Yeah. So many. What? Oh,
how many millions did that cost? I mean, shit, you could have found a crackhead that'll do it for a $5. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Go down to the street. It sounds funny, but it's not funny.
Right?
What is being uncovered is so disgusting. and I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever, this shouldn't be going on, period. We as a government shouldn't be funding it. I don't care who you are, anybody.
Oh, and it gets better. It gets better. Watch.
Okay.
95% of the funding came
hold
from
on. No, they are doing this to animals.
Yeah, but like Mellows said, for what reason? What can they find out? Did you say? Did I understand it right? They put dead turtles on treadmills.
What the fuck is that about?
We are sending funding to colleges, to other institutions, not just here in us, but across the world.
Should we rewind it a little bit just to find out? So we can be here.
Mellows, I repeat, dead turtles on treadmills.
Dead
what?
Turtle on a treadmill. I mean, how much did that cost?
This is what our country is doing, and they're funding out of the Congress and the Senate, and it's totally disgusting. Everybody, what party you're affiliated with, should be appalled at this shit.
Yeah. But Mellows, I am a little bit paranoid. Okay, don't you think this can't be real? This must be some money laundering or something like this.
It's exactly what it is. It's more. It is money laundering.
See,
that's exactly what it is.
Wait till you read.
It's a way of siphoning off the taxpayers' money and sticking it into the in the pockets of the likes of the people who are doing these crazy experiments, right?
Yeah, I think it's more like founding some secret operations, you know, to pay something government doing behind the scenes. This can't. No one can get paid to put something in a rat ass.
They are getting paid to do it, and they're getting paid millions of dollars to do
unbelievable.
A bearing, right? I mean, they're big, right? I mean, you're gonna stick that up a cat's ass. Of course, it's gonna hurt, right? Poor fucking cat. I mean, what could you possibly scientifically figure out that it hurts?
Treadmill. To see how long it takes them to shut it out. That's disgusting.
I agree.
I add. Speaking of Dr. Fauci, our group is perhaps best known for exposing his and USAID's funding for dangerous gain-of-function animal experiments at the Wuhan lab. We also uncovered his support for cruel beagle tests around the world. Taxpayer-funded animal tests may have caused COVID. Unfortunately, the government hasn't learned its lesson from what happened in Wuhan. Today, there are still 26 animal labs in China, including labs controlled by the Chinese Communist Party and tied to the military, approved to receive NIH funding. This isn't just a misuse of taxpayer dollars, but presents a national security threat. White Coat Waste recently obtained a contract funded by the NIH and DoD that's paying for 300 beagles a week to be restrained and injected with or force-fed experimental drugs in a Chinese lab. The reason they chose beagles like Nellie, Oliver, and Beasley, the contract states, and I quote, "Beagle dogs are docile, cute, and easy to domesticate, so it has been the best choice," end quote. Not because it's effective, but because it's easy. This issue extends beyond China. 344 animal labs in 52 foreign countries are approved currently to receive NIH funding. GAO audits prompted by White Coat Waste have found that NIH shipped billions to foreign animal labs with essentially no oversight, that the NIH has never visited a foreign animal lab in over 40 years of overseeing research, and that some foreign spending isn't even tracked. This is how some spending in Wuhan went undisclosed. And no surprise, Dr. Fauci's division of NIH is responsible for 95% of the foreign aid. Continuing to send tax dollars to an authoritarian adversary's animal labs is a recipe for disaster. With Chairwoman Mace's leadership, we've been able to halt plans for wasteful and cruel testing on dogs and cats and other Fauci-funded labs. These tests have never should have been approved in the first place and were only deemed unnecessary after we exposed them. Our campaigns and legislative work with the chairwoman, Reps Boebert, Kano, Luna, and many others exposed and shuttered waste like the government's largest cat lab that was feeding kittens kitten meat from Chinese wet markets. Yes, that's true. That was a cannibalism experiment. Eliminating VA testing on dogs and cats and ending nicotine tests on monkeys at the FDA. But there's much more work to be done. Taxpayers shouldn't be forced to pay billions of dollars every year for outdated, cruel, and potentially dangerous animal experiments, especially when most people oppose them. We're excited to work with you, DOJ, the administration, and others to continue cutting wasteful spending on animal experiments. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on my birthday. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I recognize Dr. Locke to please begin your opening statement.
Chairwoman Mace, Ranking Member Brown, and members of the committee and subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to offer comments at today's hearing. My name is Paul Locke. I'm a professor in the Department of Environmental Health and Engineering at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. I'm an attorney and an environmental health scientist, and a substantial portion of my work has concentrated on the uses of non-animal methodologies in research and regulatory decision-making, with an emphasis on the promise that these methods have for both reducing animal use and improving evidence-based decision-making. I want to state for the record that the opinions here that I offer are my own, and they do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of the Johns Hopkins University or the Johns Hopkins Health System. Today, I want to cover three major points. First, the scientific questions facing us increasingly call into question our reliance on animal models and demand that we move forward with more human-centric science. Second, federal agencies must play a leadership role in this transition to these new human-centric models. And third, the development and deployment of these models represent innovation and places where U.S. businesses and scientists are and must continue to be at the cutting edge. Let's start with a discussion about scientific methods and needs. The complex scientific challenges that we now face require that we move away from traditional animal models and embrace new technologies that do not involve animals, but instead incorporate human biology. These technologies include small engineered systems such as organs on a chip and microphysiological systems, or three-dimensional groups of cells such as organoids that mimic many of the important functions of human organs. I would also include AI in this group. Now, while there's considerable enthusiasm around the promise of these new methodologies, unless federal agencies and departments support their development and recognize their promise, they will never be able to reach their full potential. We're not going to be able to replace animals in biomedical research with the meager investments that federal agencies are now making. EPA, FDA, and NIH all have important roles to play in unlocking the potential that these technologies have for designing better drugs, protecting the environment, and improving health. Based on our research, there are currently major gaps in the frameworks needed to support new methodologies, and it's imperative that the federal government step forward. The federal approach has been passive and reactive. What we need is for federal agencies and departments to lead efforts to development, implement, and use these methods. And my written testimony goes into greater information about what federal agencies can be doing, and I hope we'll have some questions on that as well. Finally, the U.S. must continue to lead the way in these technologies so that we are setting the global standards in these fields rather than following other nations. Regulatory agencies worldwide look to us for leadership. And if the U.S. leads in alternatives methods development and validation, our standards will shape international regulations, assist in the creation of U.S. high-tech jobs, and strengthen our national economic growth. So to summarize, scientific advancements have created multiple opportunities for us to develop and deploy more human-centric techniques in toxicology and biomedical research and transition away from animals in biomedical research. Championing these non-animal models is a win-win situation because we can reduce the number of animals used as well as produce data that is more relevant to human health. Federal agencies and departments must play a central role, and they have already begun to do so. However, to realize the full potential that this transition holds, our agencies and departments must do more, including dedicating additional resources and leading in efforts to validate these innovative new technologies. We cannot be world leaders given the meager resources that are now available. These markets are expanding rapidly, and several American companies are well positioned for success in this market space once the regulatory environment and framework is open for them. In closing, I urge the subcommittee to work with federal agencies to further develop the criteria for validation and acceptance of these new technologies within each department and in a coordinated way across multiple agencies, as well as dedicate additional resources to them. Doing so will allow us to reduce the number of animals in research, better inform decision-making, and advance American entrepreneurial science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Locke. I now recognize Ms. Baker to please begin your opening statement.
Chair Mace and Ranking Member Brown and members of the subcommittee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Elizabeth Baker at the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. I work with a team of scientists, physicians, lawyers, and other professionals to move medical research, product testing, and advanced medical training away from using animals. I appreciate the subcommittee's attention to this critical subject. Ending federally funded animal experiments is long overdue. For generations, tax dollars have paid scientists to conduct acts that would shock the conscience of most Americans. Dogs, cats, monkeys, rabbits, pigs, and other animals are used in experiments that are painful, stressful, and often lethal for the animals that are subjected to them. Increasingly, it is recognized across research and testing sectors that animals are not good surrogates for humans. Over 85% of Americans that were recently polled agreed that animal-based research should be phased out. Both Congress and the administration must take action to ensure that government funding and requests for animal experiments are stopped, and that instead a portion of that funding is reinvested into more effective human-based approaches. Our first recommendation is to end federal support for wasteful and ineffective animal research. Animal research does not translate to humans because there are insurmountable species differences in our anatomy, physiology, lifespan, disease characteristics, and more. It's known that for new drugs, 9 out of 10 are going to fail in humans after they appeared successful in animals. And paying for those failures is partially why drugs can take so long, over a decade, to develop and cost so much to develop, over $1 billion. Worse, relying on animal data is partially why many human diseases have no treatments and even fewer have cures. Despite this knowledge, the federal government continues to promote animal research. The National Institutes of Health funds 7 national primate research centers that house, breed, and experiment on non-human primates with little regard to actual human translation. While there are countless examples of cruel research, consider this. Since 1991, the NIH has given $15 million to a single heart failure project where dogs are subjected to multiple major surgeries. They have devices that are stabbed into their hearts, and then they're forced to run on treadmills until they die or that device malfunctions. Despite 34 years of this work and hundreds of dead dogs, there's been no benefit to patients. Agencies across the federal government continue to fund animal experiments, even when the objective is using human-based approaches, like animal experiments for human nutrition. Regulatory agencies continue to require animal testing. Congress and the administration can end these wasteful experiments by cutting egregious research, ensuring that research is not funded if these objectives can be studied without using animals, and ending the federal animal testing requirements in regulation and policy. Our second recommendation is to reinvest some of these savings from animal research and testing toward evaluation, acceptance, and use of innovative and more effective human-based approaches. Methods like organs on chips, reconstructed human tissues, sophisticated computer models have existed for some time, but they're only supported at a fraction of the funding that goes to the animal experiments. Some federal efforts have already begun accelerating innovative human-based methods. The NIH has a national center, NICEDM, that works to evaluate and advance non-animal approaches across federal agencies through a congressionally mandated committee, ICFAM. With more investment and an expanded purview, NICEDM can accelerate this work and even address the reproducibility crisis in research. A center at the NIH NCATS is already working to bridge the gap between medical research and product development by prioritizing innovative human-based approaches. Recently, the NIH adopted important recommendations on non-animal approaches and launched the complementary program to speed development and use of these methods. Each of these are great examples of steps in the right direction, but the current resource investments just pale in comparison to the stronghold that animal experiments have held for decades. Greater support for these efforts will more quickly advance better science that leads to improved outcomes for people while avoiding animal use. There has been so much recent attention on getting Americans healthier. If we truly want to make America healthy again, we have to make science human again. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you all for being here today. I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Mr. Goodman, in your written statement, you state the White Coat Waste Project identified at least 10 million in NIH grants for transgender animal experiments. You state that 95% of the funding came from Dr. Fauci's NIAID. Why is the federal government spending taxpayer dollars to create transgender animals?
It's a great question.
Your microphone.
Thank you. It's a great question. I mean, I wonder why they're making cats constipated
Yeah,
also. It's a
Tractable.
question that rings around in my head at night.
Mellows, can you pause a little bit, please? Can you?
A lot of the programs that are funded do latch on to some type of.
Listen, sometimes I don't understand some things they say. What's the point to make transgender a mouse? What does it mean? They want to turn male mouses to females or what?
Yes, that's exactly what it means. They change the sex of the animal, and then they poisoned it and measured how long it would live.
Okay. Unbelievable.
Gets better.
Yeah, okay.
It gets better, honestly.
Sometimes I like to interrupt just to understand. I don't get something.
Yeah,
you know?
you don't worry. You keep interrupting if you don't understand something. Because I mean, a lot of this, none of us, even that guy there who's answering us,
They sound too stupid.
he doesn't
They
even
sound
know
too
what it's
stupid.
like. Yeah.
They sound too stupid for me.
Yes. It's stupid. They warned us. They gave us like a little hey, support, how you doing, man? They gave us a little disclaimer in the beginning. This is going to sound stupid.
Okay. Interesting. Keep going.
Of social trend, and then animal experimenters use it as a money grab, as an excuse to get NIH tax funds from some, in this case, DEI grants were used to fund a lot of this stuff. So people who abuse animals find some kind of excuse to bring in new money, and they'll switch their research program over to something that's trendy to bring tax dollars into their university. I mean, that's part of the big problem here, is that colleges and universities are taking 25 to 40% off the top of every single one of these grants for indirect costs that go into a slush fund that has nothing to do with the research. So they're willing to let experimenters do whatever they want to animals to keep the money flowing in.
Some people might describe that as money laundering. All right. Are sex change experiments that forcibly transition mice, rats, and monkeys
That's what I
necessary
say.
for science?
Absolutely not.
Why do these experiments at all, if they aren't producing useful human relevant research, why again, you think it's a money issue? Follow the money.
Animal testing is big business.
As you know, I've been long vocal about animal experiments and federal funded animal testing, and worked with you to prevent Fauci's plan to waste almost $2 million in taxpayer dollars to maim and murder beagle puppies, for example. Why was Dr. Fauci so insistent on poisoning these puppies, even though, as you state in your written statement, the FDA does not mandate that human drugs be studied on dogs?
So much of the problem with all of this is institutional inertia. It's that people just continue doing the same thing because that's what they've done before. There was a report that came out, the National Academy of Sciences put out a few years ago about the VA's testing on dogs that Congressman Khanna actually helped us get the NAS to conduct. And they found that most of the VA's testing on dogs was unnecessary. And not only that it was unnecessary, but one of the reasons why is that there's this circular reasoning that they use to defend it when they propose a new project. They say, well, we use dogs previously, so we're just going to use dogs again. And there's no one to break that cycle. There's not enough oversight to say, hey, maybe we don't need to do this anymore. Maybe there's a better way to do it. It's like, if you only have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And that's kind of the problem.
Right. And what would have happened to these beagle puppies if if your organization hadn't rescued them?
In the case of those experiments, those dogs were going to be force-fed and injected with massive doses of experimental drugs to poison them to see at what point they got sick or died. And those tests will have no relevance for the safety and efficacy of that drug in human beings.
Thank you. Dr. Locke, I have a few questions for you. Can the scientific challenges we face today be solved by relying on animal testing?
No, not all of them.
Can you briefly describe how new technologies can allow us to transition away from animal testing without hindering scientific research?
Certainly. I also want to point out that in my written testimony, I do try to lay out a roadmap for how that could happen. But basically, what we need to do is we need to spend a lot more resources supporting these non-animal technologies, such as organs on a chip and organoids, so we can use those to study many of the phenomena that we're now studying in animals.
Okay, thank you. And
Hello,
Ms.
Wanda.
Baker,
Love you, girl.
what are your thoughts today, reading your testimony for the opportunity to testify that it's long overdue? Where do we go from here? How do we fix the problem?
I think we fix the problem by investing in what is going right. We've got to cut a lot of this terrible animal research. We need to cut the National Primate Research Centers. We are funding these centers to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars every year. We've got to stop funding animal experiments outside the United States, as Mr. Goodman said, that have no oversight. We've got to stop. If you can meet your objectives without using animals, there's absolutely no reason that you should. And so,
I was going to say, thank you for bringing it up, the amount of money, the hundreds of millions. I recently found out in the state of South Carolina, in my district, there's a primate breeding center and testing site, Alpha Genesis. They've made, to my understanding, over $100 million from NIH over the last 20 or so years. This is a boondoggle. It is a racket. And hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, in fact, have been wasted on it. So I want to thank you all for your testimony today. Thank you for being here. I would now like to recognize my colleague, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Again, thank you to our witnesses for being here. I think it's clear that we all agree that we do not want to see animals harmed, and that there is work to be done to reduce our reliance on animals for medical and scientific research. So I'd like to start with you, Ms. Baker. Can you talk about where you think some of the current gaps in the oversight of animal are in the animal experimentation?
yeah, I think we have some major issues with oversight. We don't know really how much spending is going to animal experiments. The public is largely in the dark. We try so hard to understand this information, and we have to come up with some of it on our own. It would be great if the federal government would be more transparent in this way. We do know that in 2016, the NIH said that for fiscal year 2015, 47% of extramural grants used mice. $7.4 billion is what that would be in 2024. In 2021, NIH issued a figure that said about 8% of grants go to non-clinical, non-animal approaches. Well, non-clinical approaches really mean the animal tests or some of these, or the alternatives. And so a ton of money is going into this. We wanted to understand for cancer. Cancer is one disease area where it is well known that animals are just really poor predictors of human outcomes. We get cancer differently. It behaves differently in our bodies. The failure rate for cancer drugs is 94%. We have cures for cancer in mice. We don't in humans. And so we wanted to look at what is the National Cancer Institute doing? How are they funding? What does their funding look like? And so our analysis is not perfect because it's based on, unfortunately, just the publicly available information, which is not totally transparent. But we found that 45% of their grants seem to be animal related. And so the NIH can really, I think, help by ensuring that there is transparency around this. There's also an oversight issue.
I'm going to reclaim because I'd like to get to Dr. Locke too, but thank you. Dr. Locke, you talked in your testimony about several different technologies that you've worked with that are direct alternatives to animal testing. Can you speak to the success of these technologies and what Congress can do to be more supportive of the efforts to expand other innovative technologies in this space?
Yes, thank you for your question. I think there are at least two things that Congress can do. The first thing Congress can do is to really get a handle, as my colleagues have said, on how much money we're spending on these technologies. The transparency issue is severe. So since this is a committee on accountability, I would say the first thing we need to do is we need to count. We don't have that information. You don't have that information. The second thing that needs to be done is that these technologies need to be what I would call validated. And by that, I mean they need to be shown that they're relevant and reliable for a particular purpose. One of my frustrations now is that the federal agencies are not doing that. They seem to be very reactive, and they seem to want folks who are in the field to bring the data to them. And then they're going to make the decision, well, we accept this data or don't accept this data. That's a really bad situation to be in. These folks who are developing the methods are entrepreneurs, they're innovators. They have to know what kind of target they're shooting at. The third thing I would say is that we really do need to get a handle on the animal research we're doing. Again, that's an area of transparency. And we need to develop metrics so we can figure out what part of that research is actually working and what part is not working. And then, as my colleagues have suggested, I think we should be sunsetting the stuff that's not working and reinvesting that in these new methodologies.
Thank you very much, Dr. Locke. And as we move to decrease our reliance on animal experimentation, it's important to acknowledge that unfortunately there are still companies and organizations that still utilize animal testing. So what can be done to move these places toward alternative models like the ones you have mentioned?
Thank you for that question. I think there's several things that can be done. The first thing we can do, and I have some bias here as an academic, is we can train our students in these new methods. We have to move away from animal tests, and animal research is always the gold standard. The second thing we can do is we can energize the whole federal grant system to make it much more friendly so that folks who want to use these alternatives can actually go out and get research money to study them.
All right, thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay, thank you. I will now yield to Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate your advocacy on this and protecting so many animals against this, as we've heard, savage research that has been taking place not only in the United States, but all throughout the world. And I want to thank our witnesses today for your boldness to come out, because it seems like anytime we expose millions and billions even of dollars that are spent towards ridiculous research programs or just organizations themselves, we are lashed out at, we're called crazy and conspiracists. And I want to thank you so much for taking a bold step. I want to thank you for the White Coat Waste Project, because this is not only saving precious beagles' lives, but really exposing to the American taxpayer where their money is going. And I think we all want to be good stewards of our tax money. We are responsible for those tax dollars here in Congress, and it's our responsibility to be stewards and overseers of that. So I'm grateful for DOJ to come in alongside of us to help expose some of this and kind of get those wheels turning. But just for the folks back home real quick, before I get into my questions, I want to just highlight 1 million seconds is 11.5 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years and 7 months. It's like this is a huge difference. So when we're talking about billions of dollars going towards the cruelty of animals, it is much larger than what it sounds, because it's been so watered down to hear that Congress is spending millions or billions or even trillions of dollars. God forbid if we find out what comes after $1 trillion, we'll start spending that too. But Mr. Goodman, since 1998, how much do you believe that the federal government has spent on animal cruelty testing?
Thank you for the question. That's, as we've been discussing, it's tough because there's not a lot of transparency about actually how much tax dollars are being spent. I would say we're probably looking at $1 trillion in spending by NIH since '98, and if about 47% of that is used for experiments on animals, $500 billion could have potentially been spent on animal testing since 1998.
Trillion.
Extreme number.
Did you
Thank
hear
you for
that,
that. And
total
Mr. Goodman,
guys?
how much money do you think
Dollars.
that NIAID wasted on
Trillion.
unethical and useless and abusive
Oh,
testing?
this
I would
bitch.
imagine it's
I
about
hate
the
this
same,
bitch.
because
Oh
none
my
of this has
God.
been very useful or effective.
Yeah, so
What she's
Dr.
doing
Fauci
there?
ran NIAID from 1984 to 2022, and when he left at the
What
end of
a stupid.
2022, had a $6.5 billion budget. Again, we don't know what percentage of that was for animal testing, but probably higher than the average across NIH. And I just want to make a note here that Dr. Fauci,
Mellows, pause, please.
outside of his abuse of animals, he was not just a paper pusher. He was
this Bobert woman, she's from Georgia, right?
Who are we talking about? The Laura
The woman
Boebert?
yeah, Laura Bobert, she's from Georgia, right?
Colorado, I believe. She's a
Oh,
representative,
Colorado.
Republican representative of Colorado.
Oh my God, I saw some hearings where she was there, like this one. This woman is beyond stupid. Seriously.
They
How
all
can she?
This
they
is
all
my
have
Yeah.
the ability of being clever, both clever and stupid when it suits them. You understand what I mean? They're clever enough to be able to know when to play stupid when they have to.
Ah, okay.
Big difference.
So-
They're very
some
smart,
of the
but they're very. I mean, look at Biden, for instance. Look how dumb he played his character. He was the dumbest motherfucker on the planet, but the guy was really fucking smart, man. I mean, he managed to get himself into that position. No, no dumb person can do that.
yeah, that's my point. How can these people can to Congress? Seriously, this is unbelievable.
Well, it's because they're so good at lying, and that's the qualifications.
like I said
People-
earlier,
Yeah.
this is a bipartisan oversight committee.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
you got to
Although-
remember, it doesn't.
Although there aren't that many Democrats arguing in defense, because there is no defense, so a lot of them have just disappeared. They don't want to know. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, she used to fight a lot with Margaret.
Marjorie
Oh
Taylor Greene.
yeah. The other dumb blonde. Oh my God.
The
Unbelievable.
problem is Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's also a Republican, but they
But
kind of.
hello, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever.
I agree.
Everybody
They
has to
get paid
pay
to argue.
this bullshit where our money is going.
Meanwhile, these people get paid to argue about it.
Yeah, and you know what I read, what I'm hearing out, this guy saying this is this Mr. Goodman, they don't even know exactly how many trillions they
Because
spent.
there's no transparency. There's no.
Yeah.
There hasn't been
No,
transparency.
they've refused all
No matter who runs it.
yeah, they've
It can be.
refused all the
It
freedom
can be
of
much
information
more.
requests.
It can be much more than trillions. Much more. They don't even know how much.
Well, how far do you want to go back? They've been doing this for decades.
Yeah.
You know, there's no
And then-
transparency between any
Yeah.
of the parties. I don't care who you are, if you're a Democrat or Republican, there is no transparency in the
Yes.
government. And
No.
people are pissed because all this shit is coming out.
And like you said, Mellows, this is going on for decades now.
Yeah,
It has nothing to do with party at this moment.
yeah. You know what video we're going to play after this, Mama Bear?
Huh?
Mama Bear.
It's unbelievable. Imagine all this money, okay, these trillions, they spent on healthcare, on people in the USA to get better healthcare,
Homeless
dental,
people.
or
Chris, you're so right here. The media only shows you the
Right.
fight, only the serious stuff. They don't show it for ratings.
yeah,
The media is dumb to a lot of this shit. And a lot of shit that's being uncovered. I have been watching a lot of these. I've been watching it for quite a while. All these meetings and everything. And I'll tell you right now, some of this shit that they fight in, they talk about is totally, and some of this never makes it to the media.
you're right. You're right. I'm watching a lot. Even I'm not American, Mama Bear. I'm watching a lot of hearings from USA. Okay, but not something like this. The media, even YouTube, they're not. How you find these hearings? I don't know.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yes, support. That is a nice puppy. And that dog back there is one of the research dogs that was rescued.
Ah, the beagle they're talking about is one of them.
Yes. That is one of them that was rescued.
Okay, okay.
And like
Imagine, seriously, Mellows, imagine they spent all these trillions on healthcare. Because when I was on other planets, people complaining about they don't get their medicine from for free, like we get it here in Germany. Imagine this, they use this money for healthcare, to give people the medicine they need.
they're studying, some of this is studying for cancer and other things, and they don't even relate to the human body.
Yeah.
They aren't even, nothing about them is for the human body because it won't work on us. And the research has showed it over the years.
Yeah. How long do they do these experiments? 20, 30 years?
It's been going on for over 40 years. Let's finish watching this.
Unbelievable. People, seriously, after this hearing, people should go to jail.
Giving them HIV-like viruses until the day he left NIH. He was
Idiot.
the lead investigator on grants that were funded by taxpayers to do that. And he started his career by infecting chimpanzees with HIV and promising we were going to have an AIDS vaccine back in the 80s, which we never got because, as you mentioned, they don't get HIV, they don't get AIDS, they don't get sick. So there's been an enormous amount of waste and abuse, and his legacy, unfortunately, he's gone from government, but his legacy at NIAID lives on.
Yes,
Did you listen to
fortunately, he's
that?
gone from government, but that doesn't prevent us from holding him accountable.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. They weren't related to any of us. None of it was related to us.
Yeah.
For not only the wasteful spending,
This
but
woman
the
has such a
tests that have
punchable
taken place
face.
over the years.
Oh my God.
So, maybe you answered my next question. How many of these treatments have found cures in humans that come from this cruel kind of testing?
Virtually none. We've heard the statistics today, and any that have come, it's out of pure dumb luck, and they're the exception, not the rule, because animal experiments are a dead end. It's pure chance if something good comes out of it.
And so I'm seeing here with NIAID, the budget of spending $6.5 billion in taxpayer money. It's been used to pay EcoHealth Alliance to import hundreds of Asian bats into the U.S. for new viruses in labs in Colorado run by the Wuhan-linked researchers. That's $6.7 billion for the Colorado State University in Fort Collins to research bats here in America. And we've also sent billions of taxpayer dollars to unaccountable labs in China and other foreign countries implant aborted baby parts into lab animals. Have you heard of that sort of research?
Yeah, we did an analysis a few years ago showing that over 90% of experiments with using human fetal tissue and putting them involved animals were funded by Fauci's NIAID.
Do you know where they're getting the aborted human fetal tissue?
A lot of it is happening at colleges and universities that have affiliated hospitals that perform that procedure.
Madam Chair, I think we need to look into that as well.
Wait, what did you say? They use human fetus? Fetus? Human babies?
That's wild.
Yes.
Yes, and they've been implanting them into animals and doing all kinds of stupid experiments. But the sickest thing about it is where they get fetuses from is actually from colleges and college campuses. They're getting them from the kids. Right?
Hey, this is sounds like a horror movie, man.
Yeah, this is straight out of a fucking Hollywood movie, man. You couldn't write this shit. You couldn't make this shit up.
I would now like to recognize Mr. Subramaniam for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you. I'm glad we're having this hearing today. I actually had the chance to talk to an animal care program manager at a research facility, and he said something really interesting. He said the day we no longer need animals for research is the day we've succeeded as an industry. So I think what you're finding is that even the people who are employed to run these programs are starting to realize that we'd like to see a path to where we no longer need animals. And so I think that's really interesting. One of the things I would like to know, though, is how far away are we until the technologies can completely replace animals and we can still be on the cutting edge of science. You know, I'm an animal lover. I'm a vegan. Even I very much support getting rid of animals and all testing, but I want to make sure that we also, do the cutting edge research that we need to do. I'd ask all three, really, Ms. Baker, Dr. Locke, Mr. Goodman, if you could address how far away are we? And I also would love to know, what kind of investment do we need? Does it have to be from the public sector? Is there, private sector, companies going after this, getting venture funding for it, for instance? I'd love to know, what we can do, what the path looks like.
Thank you for the question. There are so many incredible technologies that we have today that we should be using to be on the cutting edge. So, using animals is not cutting edge. Using animals is something that has been done for so long. The innovative approaches don't use animals. They are human biology based, because we need to understand human outcomes. If we want to talk about innovation, if you look to just take a look at any other industry. Look at the phone industry. What was a phone in the 1950s versus what it is today? What was a car back then versus what it is today? What is science doing back then? What was science doing back then versus what is happening today? A lot of the regulatory tests that are done are the same exact tests that have been done since the 1950s. So if we're talking about really being on the cutting edge, we absolutely have to be embracing and supporting and investing in these approaches. It's not just our federal government. There are many companies that exist today that have already developed these approaches. I think they will do much better once we do things like remove requirements for testing products on animals, because there still is so much favoritism in science for using the animal-based approaches, because people think that you have to do it if you want to get an NIH grant. You have to do it if you want to get through the FDA. And so once those things really start to change, I think we'll see a lot more investment in the government and outside.
And Dr. Locke, the same question.
Yes, thank you for the question. The good news is that, at least in one area, cosmetics testing, we are pretty much out of the animal testing business. If you look at other areas, for example, testing of environmental chemicals, drugs, and discovery, we're not there yet. How long is it going to take? I always like to say it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when. But no one's ever asked me to put a time on that, and I'm afraid I can't do that. I know what steps we need to take to get there, which are to really start to fund these technologies, to make sure that these technologies are valid, to get the federal government to really be very, very much of a leader in these. I do believe that we have an incredibly entrepreneurial private sector that is well positioned to be leaders in these in the world market. You're seeing all sorts of continuous funding of these from venture capitalists. You're seeing all sorts of use of these technologies in medical settings. There's a lot of personalized medicine that is being used. So the future is very bright. I think it's just really a matter of getting us on the right pathway to do that. It's not going to be something, unfortunately, I think it's going to happen in 5 years or 10 years, but it could happen in 20, 30, 40, maybe not even within my lifetime. But to be honest with you, I don't really care as long as we get on that pathway.
Mr. Goodman.
I think I'm a little more optimistic. I mean, we could stop animal testing today. It's useless. It's misleading us. It's causing us to waste billions of dollars every year, decades of time and energy, and very smart people. These are some of the smartest people in the world. You cut off their funding for animal testing, they're going to figure out something else to do. The private sector is going to innovate. Stop forcing companies to test on animals. Stop doling out billions of dollars to animal experimenters who have no incentive to innovate and actually solve problems, because that's what keeps the grants coming. They'll figure out another way to do it, and we're going to get solutions that way. The EPA is a great example. I know my time's up, but the EPA set a timeline in 2019. The Trump administration said by 2035, we're going to phase out all animal testing, which was great. It was lauded by Republicans, Democrats, everyone across the spectrum thought it was a great idea. Within months of that, within months of the Biden administration taking over, they killed that plan to phase the timeline to phase out animal testing at the EPA, because environmental groups pushed them to do it, saying that it was an environmental justice issue, that we needed to do more animal testing, not less, which is ridiculous. So I think that if you take the politics out of it, if we're concerned with science and we're concerned about being good stewards of taxpayer dollars in the public's interest, we can end animal testing tomorrow. We're going to be fine, and we're actually going to be better off. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman, for holding this hearing today. Thank you guys for showing up. It was just yesterday in an oversight hearing that I asked Chairman Comer if we could get some therapy dogs up here because of some of the meltdowns that were going on. I had no idea I'd walk into this hearing today and see 3 beautiful beagle puppies, and I've noticed that my mood's already improved. So thank you guys for bringing them there. I think we should make it mandatory. We also talked about in the oversight committee hearing yesterday some of the ridiculous programs and initiatives that need to be cut from our bloated government. And it seems like a lot of these studies are just another example of our senseless, out of control spending by bureaucrats who never really get held accountable. I want to start with you, Mr. Goodman. You said you have estimated over $20 billion in taxpayer money wasted on ineffective animal research. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Wow.
20 billion.
Mr. Goodman, did you also say that it was your estimation that $241 million was spent for transgender animal testing?
Yes, and that's, I would say, is the floor, not the ceiling, because the information on federal databases is pretty incomplete.
So you think we're going to find out that it was much more money than that for
yes,
transgender animal testing?
Yes.
Can you describe what exactly the American people's taxpayer dollars were spent on regarding transgender animal testing?
Yeah, in a lot of these cases, they're involve mice, rats, monkeys who are being surgically mutilated and subjected to hormone therapies to mimic female to male or male to female gender transitions, gender affirming hormone therapies, and then looking at the biological, psychological, and physiological effects of the gender transitions, looking at the effects of taking vaccines after you've transition these animals from male to female or female to male, looking at the size of their genitals changing after you've put them on estrogen or testosterone therapies to transition them. And in the case that the example the chairwoman gave, there was a $1.1 million grant to give female lab rats testosterone to mimic transgender male humans and then overdose them with this party drug to see if animals who were taking female animals taking testosterone were more likely to overdose on the sex party drug than animals who were not taking testosterone.
Mr. Goodman, are many of these taxpayer-funded animal studies
beyond stupid.
I don't know if anybody wants me to rewind that and play it back because there's a lot to unpack there, right? Hey, Lord King, how you doing, mate?
Unbelievable. You know, I don't know if I understand it right. They try to test the psychological results of injecting them drugs. I mean, how can you compare psychology of a dog with a human? A dog is a dog. A human is a human. It makes no sense. Even if the dog start barking, what does it say? If you inject the same shit on a human, start barking too? I don't. This can't be real. This must be a joke. This must be a joke.
You have. I think there is a little bit more. We haven't got to the climax yet. There's a bit more.
Oh, okay.
A bit more stupid than this. Well,
shared with the public, or is there a significant oversight of this research?
You essentially needed a degree in information technology to navigate the federal spending databases to find any of this stuff.
So what you found is we're not being very transparent with what we're spending these funds on?
Not at all, and it's by design.
Did you say that Dr. Fauci, in your estimation, had funded close to 95% of these animal research projects?
Yeah, in our analysis, Dr. Fauci funded about 95% of the transgender animal experiments.
Okay, I found in some research that the EPA under President Trump is planning to reduce the agency's animal testing by 30% by 2025 and completely by 2035. Mr. Goodman, can you explain why that's a win for the American taxpayer?
Absolutely. Animal testing is incredibly time intensive, inaccurate, and expensive. And it's not very good at predicting the human health effects or environmental effects of chemicals and pesticides. And right now, what we are doing to test human effects is poisoning lab animals, forcing them to breathe wildfire smoke simulated in a laboratory by burning different types of foliage and pumping it into animals' cages, making them obese to simulate what it would be like for obese people to be exposed to wildfire smoke, shooting off handguns and rifles and forcing animals to breathe the emissions and gun control experiments, and the list goes on. And that's what's happening currently at the EPA after the Biden administration overturned the Trump plan to phase out animal testing.
Mr. Goodman, one more question. You've also been outspoken about the COVID-19 outbreak stemming from Dr. Fauci's U.S.-funded research at China's Wuhan lab. What are the public health risks if we continue some of these outrageous animal studies?
We're flirting with disaster if we continue to fund dangerous virus research, both abroad, like in Colorado, where Fauci greenlit this bat lab. They're trying to import hundreds of bats from Asia to build a new lab in Colorado to do virus experiments with Ebola, Nipah, Lassa, deadly viruses for which there's no cure. It's just a matter of time before we have another pandemic on our hands if we let mad scientists run amok with our money.
Thank you. I yield back.
All right, I will now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this hearing. I have to admit, whenever I saw the subject line of this, I was surprised that this was a thing. I'm shocked. I think the American people should be even more shocked to find and disgusted to find out what's happening with their dollars. I think it's actually embarrassing. I can imagine people from other countries look at this country as a beacon and as an example, and here we are spending money, taxpayer dollars, to try to study transgender transing animals and testing them on party drugs. I mean, it's insane. My question to you, Mr. Goodman, is I understand that your organization, White Coat Waste,
Hey, Harry, how you doing,
helped
mate?
expose the taxpayer-funded experiments on bats that led to the COVID pandemic. So, can you walk us through how did you come about that? What was your investigation? How did you get the information?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Again, it's an honor to be here. In 2018, we uncovered a lab at the USDA here right outside of the Beltway where they were breeding hundreds of kittens every year and then flying to China and other foreign countries to these disgusting wet markets and buying dog and cat meat. They were then putting it in their federal employees. They were then putting it in their carry-on luggage, flying it back to the United States, and then force-feeding dog and cat meat to kittens in this government laboratory in Maryland. They had spent $22 million on this project.
For what purpose?
They wanted to know if people eating dog and cat meat in China might be exposed to a particular parasite that could be carried in dog and cat meat.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
So that was when we first got a sense that taxpayer dollars.
That was the first clue.
Yeah.
And you continue to follow that.
Unfortunately, the Trump administration shut that project down. They adopted out the cats who were left in the lab. 2 of them went to live with my boss, the president and founder of White Coat Waste Project, Delilah and Petit, lived happily ever after with him. But that set us on the scent of foreign aid for animal research. In late 2019, we discovered a list on the NIH website of all the labs in China receiving taxpayer dollars. And in January of 2020,
there's like still 26.
Yeah.
How many were there at that?
There were more than 30 at the time, and there were actually labs in Russia receiving taxpayer money at the time. In January of 2020, we met with the White House to flag for them that these labs in China, including the Wuhan lab, were receiving taxpayer funding. And then in April 2020, we finally went public, working with Congressman Matt Gaetz and Joni Ernst. We went public exposing the grant that Fauci sent to the Wuhan lab through EcoHealth Alliance to fund the gain of function experiments. And then since then, we've been working to defund EcoHealth, defund the Wuhan lab, and cut funding for all animal laboratories in adversarial nations as a matter of animal welfare, government waste, and national security.
What kind of sick and twisted individual comes up with a plan to have an experiment where you're going to, feed animal like turn these animals into cannibals and see what the outcome is? Where does that come from? Like, what was the thought process? How did the PhD student who's doing the research, how did they make that pitch to get that grant?
If it tells you anything about the government's thinking, the person responsible for this experiment is in the USDA's Hall of Fame.
The name?
Dr. Doobie.
Dr. Doobie, wow. Let me ask this question. I just have a little bit more time left. Given the fact that we have got quantum computing, we have now AI, isn't there opportunities where we can, if they're truly are trying to do research and determine something, couldn't they run some of these, a lot of this research through, advanced technology using quantum computers, data centers?
Absolutely. And there's studies that have come out of Johns Hopkins and elsewhere showing that things like screening drugs and chemicals for human safety are actually much more accurate and efficient using computer modeling and AI than testing on lab matter.
On a completely different species.
Correct.
Right? With completely different DNA. It would make sense. Thank you. I appreciate what you do. Thank you for exposing all of this. It's shameful that we're still sending money to these, but we will do everything. I will do everything we can to try to stop this.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Bullshit.
Johnson. With
You're
agreement
gonna
from
do
the ranking
nothing.
Member, the chair and ranking member will each get an additional 5 minutes to ask
gonna get
questions.
paid.
So I'm going to yield to the ranking member first.
Yep.
Now, those dogs in the
Thank you very much,
background
Madam
are
Chair.
rescue dogs that
So
were rescued
I want to
from
circle back to
being
you,
mistreated.
Ms. Baker, with regards to potential legislative solutions that Congress can do to support and increase oversight of animal experimentation.
Yeah, thank you for this question. One of the things that was mentioned is the numbers of animals. It is unbelievable that in 2025 in the United States, we still don't know how many animals are used in research. The estimate is, up to 100 million, but we need to know that number. And one of the reasons we don't know that number is that a lot of the animals that are used in research are not even recognized as animals under the law. Mice, rats, birds bred for research, invertebrates, they are not animals under the law. And so they are not counted. We can amend
What are
the
they
Animal
then?
Welfare Act to count those
Aliens?
animals by including them in the definition of animals. If there's no appetite for amending the Animal Welfare Act, there are other solutions, and especially focused on federal government spending. So the NIH does require recipients of NIH funding to do some reporting, but it's not transparent and it's not accurate. Every 4 years, if you receive NIH grants, every 4 years, you need to provide some assurances that you are complying with NIH policies. And in that is an average daily inventory of animals. It's just an estimate. It's not transparent. To get that information, you would have to do FOIA requests. And so there is actually some proposed legislation, the Federal Animal Research Accountability Act, that would that could change this. Simply put, if you receive NIH grants, then once a year, you need to report on how many animals you have used, how many have been housed, bred, used in research, and that should be made transparent.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you giving your testimony today. And I think it's Mr. Goodman. I do have a question with regards, we keep hearing about the care, and I think that the gender affirming care, and I do find that concerning. Just for clarification purposes, can you let me know what is that dollar figure and where is the source from?
For those experiments?
Yes.
That's the source of that is NIH reporter website and the usaspending.gov website.
Okay, and what was the dollar figure?
Let me get it for you. And I have a spreadsheet with all of those projects.
Okay.
I'd be happy to share it. The dollar figure was $240 million in recent grants. $26 million of those are active grants.
Okay, and the
And those-
241 million is for,
So that's grants that are available in the NIH reporter database that I think we use. And again, I have this actual search saved. If you use search
Sorry,
terms,
can someone help me out?
transgender
What
and
does
animal
NIH
models,
mean? What
those
is
were the
this?
hits that came up.
okay, because I think the article that you cited in.
Mamabear, can you help me?
National Institute of Health.
Yeah, the NIH is the National Institute of Health, and Dr. Fauci was the head of the NIH.
Oh, and he allowed all this money to go there, right?
Well, they basically
gives-
fund all these projects for our benefit
Okay.
with our money.
We're almost done with the video. We only got about 10 minutes left.
Hey, Mom,
it's
you
okay.
know what video I want to show next, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Indicated there was $10 million.
Yeah, that
I was just trying to get clarity.
Yeah, that original article, that was just a subsection of a sub selection of the projects. It wasn't everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, and I will yield back.
Check you out,
And I'm
Lucky.
going to yield to myself for 5 minutes, and Congresswoman Boebert, I'm going to yield to you for a minute or two. If you have, I think you had a couple extra questions you want to ask. My
Love
first
you,
question, Mr.
Wanda.
Goodman, what is the worst animal testing experiment you've ever heard of and uncovered? There's some really bad ones out there. What is the absolute worst one you've ever heard of and uncovered?
The kitten cannibalism was pretty horrendous. Breeding kittens just to force them to
See
eat
you later,
cat meat and
Bono.
then killing them even though they were perfectly healthy after they collected their feces out of a litter box. I mean, that's literally what was happening. They were doing that to thousands and thousands of kittens. The DOJ until recently was stabbing, shooting, and blowing up live animals for training exercises. We were able to cut that and defund that. The experiments that the NIH funded and Fauci funded in Tunisia, where they were putting the dogs and heads in mesh cages and filling them with biting flies. Yeah, there's a lot of nightmare stuff that we're being forced to fund, and taxpayers don't like it, and they don't even know how bad the situation is. If they did, they would be, marching in the streets.
Yeah, and Dr. Locke, a question for you. What are the prospects of a drug therapy that fails animal testing? Is it likely to receive regulatory approval?
Thank you for your question. I'm not an expert on the drug development process, but the way you've described things, I think if the drug would not make it through the tests that are required, it would not be able to be in the market. If I could just add, though, that Congress has really looked closely at this issue about developing drugs and has passed a law, the FDA Modernization Act, that removed the requirements for testing drugs. And my understanding is that there's bipartisan support for another law because Congress feels that the FDA is not moving more quickly in this area. That is the FDA Modernization Act 3.0 that would force the agency to really pay a lot more attention to using alternatives.
Okay, and then Ms. Baker, before I hand it over to Ms. Boebert, I love your idea of revisiting the Animal Welfare Act. I'd be open to working with you and finding that language and doing a bill that would insert that language to define what an animal is. I think it's very important. I'm all about small parts, big difference. Of course, I would like to eradicate animal testing altogether, but that seems like an easy win that we could work on together in a nonpartisan manner. So I would love to talk to you about that, and I will yield the last 2.5 minutes to Ms. Boebert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the NIH probably should change their acronym to FOD, Faces of Death. This very much sounds like a show that my mother would not let me watch as a child. And, just hearing how egregious this is, there's many more things that I have listed here. Of course, we've heard of the beagles who were in the mesh cages. I don't know if their vocal cords were paralyzed or if they were removed, but they were prevented from barking, correct?
Yeah, there was a project that Dr. Fauci funded. Actually, we worked with Chairwoman Mace to expose that they were doing drug testing where they were poisoning puppies with massive doses of drugs, and the laboratory cut there was actually a line item in the contract for a cordectomy.
Wow.
To cut the vocal cords so the dogs would not bark in the lab.
Wow. And so we've heard that. We've heard of electroshock therapy, even to the point where cats had their spinal cords exposed, their back sliced open, and that electroshock therapy was given to test for erectile dysfunction and cognitive issues and so many other things. And so I ended my last round of questioning talking about the implantation of aborted fetal tissues. And you said that universities partner with clinics who are performing these abortions. Now, how does that process work and who funds that? Are the mothers of these aborted babies giving permission? Do they know it's taking place? Is there taxpayer funding in the crosshairs of that other than the actual testing itself?
That's outside of my wheelhouse.
Okay, that again, Madam Chair, I think this is something we should look
Good
into.
question.
I would love to see just what permissions are granted and given for that. I know that we have some regulatory framework within the Department of Health and Human Services and the Public Health Service Act, and regulations include prohibitions on buying or selling the tissue of valuable consideration, but also, but they allow for compensation for costs associated with the tissue handling. And so I would love to look into that. So not only can we prevent the cruelty in the animals like these beautiful beagles we see here today, but also even our children who are being harmed in this process as well, for whatever reason it may be. But Madam Chair, I would love to continue to work with you on this and hold Dr. Fauci, the NIH, NIAID, and everyone else accountable for this wasteful spending, and I yield.
Thank you. I'd now like to yield 5 minutes to Mr. McGuire.
All right, the new guy's learning. All right, thank you, Chairwoman.
You're doing great.
Thank you for bringing this egregious and evil issue to my attention. I don't think anyone in my district or our country would approve. I want to thank you for our witnesses for coming in. As a veteran, as a Navy SEAL, we use dogs and they save many lives. We call them furry missiles. And my wife and I have a great Pyrenees, and our dog is part of the family. And I was not aware of what you've brought to our attention. And after listening to what the chairwoman talked about this being a bipartisan issue, it should be. It's definitely evidence that evil does exist. And we spend more in our country per day than we bring in per day, which is going to sink this country if you don't get under control. I cannot believe the amount of money that we are spending to do these crazy things. I want to start with Dr. Locke. Approximately how many drugs are on the market today rely on safety and efficacy data from multiple animal models before being allowed to move to human clinical trials?
Thank you for your question. I don't have a good figure for you other than to say that, as you correctly stated, the law requires safety and efficacy. And before the FDA Modernization Act was passed, and probably even after it was passed, most of those drugs almost certainly had to go through some sort of animal testing. But I can't put a number on it. I'm sorry.
No worries. I strongly advocate for the welfare of animals. Dr. Locke, would you agree that eliminating animal testing entirely from the research and development of drugs and vaccine could significantly hinder our ability to assess safety and efficacy, potentially delaying life-saving treatments?
At the present time, we would need to transition away from animals. Yes, I do agree with that statement.
That's what I think. All right, Dr. Locke, given your knowledge in alternative testing models, can you briefly list and describe different examples of technological alternatives?
Yes, thank you for your question. One of the ones I mentioned in my testimony are these things called organs on a chip, which are just like what they sound like. They're small engineered devices, and they mimic the organs that we have in our body. So there's a lung on a chip, there's a heart on a chip, there's a liver on a chip, and those don't have exactly the same the same functions that our organs do, but they have enough so that you can make good decisions based on the biology that you learn from those. In many cases, you can actually put human cells in there. You're putting human cells in there to study chemicals. And you can also begin to link these together to get a whole body on a chip. Another area where we've had a lot of advances in developing these things called organoids. So organoids are groups of cells from, let's say, a brain or a liver or a heart, and you put them in a dish and they actually organize themselves into something that looks like a human organ, but it's not exactly the same. But again, it has enough function so you can study it and you can expose it to chemicals and you can expose it to other things so that you might know what it is going to impact it. The important thing to remember about these two is that in terms of cost effectiveness, you can put these in a well plate and you can do many, many studies at the same time. Unlike with animals where you have a very, very slow throughput, these you have either a medium or a high throughput. So those are two examples that I'm most familiar with. Our other witnesses have mentioned AI, computational models. That's another very, very powerful one. But we have all these unbelievable techniques now where we can actually use these for personalized medicine. So I think everyone here has a medical school in their district or a university in their district that does this. But for example, if I was suffering from a disease and there were two options for treatment for that disease, and one was, let's say, a chemical and the other was a radiation treatment, you could actually take cells from my body and you could regress those cells to stem cells, then make them organ cells.
I apologize. I'm running out of time. I have another question. I wish I had a list of the egregious things that my colleague Lauren Boebert listed. I couldn't believe half of or any of them. But I heard them mention kitten cannibalism, which is unbelievable. Is that true? And if so, where did it happen? When did it happen? What did they think they were going to achieve?
I don't have any information on that question. I'm sorry.
Does any of the witnesses?
Yeah, my organization exposed that in 2018. The USDA's Agricultural Research Service, ARS, and in Beltsville had a lab where they were breeding hundreds of kittens every year and doing feeding experiments with them, including going to wet markets in China and Brazil and other places, buying dog and cat meat, bringing it back to the United States and force feeding that meat to kittens for studies looking at the prevalence of toxoplasmosis in dog and cat meat in wet markets.
Okay, brother. Proof that evil does exist. Thank you, Chairwoman, for bringing this to our attention, and hopefully we can stop this evil. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. I would now like to yield to Ranking Member Brown for any brief closing remarks she may have.
Just want to thank the witnesses for being here and look forward to doing some good work on this subcommittee.
And I want to thank the ranking member, and I look forward to working with you. And in fact, we were just talking offline here. I was saying I want to get on her bill about cosmetics and animal testing. So all good things today. Today's conversation builds upon the work that I and many of us on oversight and throughout Congress have been working on for years to end animal testing. There are many of us up here, and we're not working fast enough. We're trying as hard as we can. So we appreciate the witnesses being here today. Last Congress, I introduced the Preventing Animal Abuse and Waste Act to prohibit the NIH from conducting or funding research that causes significant pain or distress to cats or dogs. As an animal lover, I've been disturbed to learn about these barbaric and unnecessary experiments to create transgender mice, rats, and monkeys. I, like most humans, have a deep adoration and love for all of God's creatures, including our animals. And one of my earliest memories as a child was being in Hampton, South Carolina. I was like 4 years old, and my grandmother just made some great biscuits and breakfast, and she gave me this bright pink album, and it was just full of pictures of animals from the newspaper from Hampton. And ever since then, I've just loved them so much. And I grew up with 7 pets. We had 3 dogs, 3 cats, and a parrot named Julio. And so it's just important for
Who the
that
fuck
that all of God's creatures, all animals are treated with respect and dignity and love, and that they're not murdered and maimed and killed on these horrific experiments. So this Congress, I will continue to fight to end all animal testing, including by introducing legislation that prohibits use of federal funds for these cruel animal sex change experiments. Thank you again to our panelists. The issue of taxpayer-funded animal cruelty deserves our time and attention. I'm thankful for your expert testimony today. And with that, without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will then be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. And we are now adjourned.
Unbelievable.
How old is this hearing?
This is just now, man. This was live earlier on today.
Just a couple days ago.
Okay.
Where was that link that we used where, the funny one we showed Grim the other day?
Oh. Just a minute.
This is pure comedy gold. I think this one we're gonna call this one. I'm gonna name this one "The Shoe Is on the Other Foot," and when you see the video, you'll understand.
Let me find
out. If my wife would listen to this hearing, oh my God, she would be furious. She's so seriously, she's an animal lover in this family, and oh my God, what they say about this the cats opening their spine and expose the bones and electroshocks on the bones. Oh,
Insane. That's insane.
or the other shit. You know the other shit to say that they make them to cannibals. They're making eating their own species. Man, this sounds like Romero's zombies. You know how it's called this the specialist for zombie movies, Romero.
Yeah.
This is what it's going to happen.
Right. They're trying to make it happen.
Zombie dogs and zombie cats and shit. Oh my God.
You think they haven't conducted experiments specifically to create zombies? They do. This is the kind of sick people we're dealing with, man. This is pure evil, and the most evilest people on the planet are left in charge, while everybody else don't care. This is not new. This is not something new. You know, it was a couple of years ago. Ron Paul was going on about it with what was it, the pigeons? Remember the pigeons? They give them cocaine to see if they were more promiscuous, and they've done some insane fucking. They've been doing these things non-stop, right? It's just
but Mellows,
media.
for my shame, this is new for me. Seriously, this is new for me.
Well, this is the media's fault, right? Because it's the media's responsibility to speak truth to power, but they're failing us. So you know, we've got no choice but to pick up the pieces, right?
Yeah.
We haven't got a choice. They haven't left us no other choice but to do their fucking stinking job for them.
And then people, it's not pressing on you say, but then you see people go, they know anything about the Kardashians, you know, how which nail color she has. Then here today, which nail color, which shoes she's wearing today, or what happened to on the Grammys. But they don't know shit about something like this.
That's exactly right.
Keep the people stupid.
And that's by design, man. I mean, this is it by design.
Hold on. I got the other one.
Oh, this is comedy gold. This one here, you're about to see is comedy gold.
I have to watch it in the screen, or it's only audio.
There's the other one, Mellows.
Yep, got it. Thank you. Oh, this is Forbes. Haha, perfect.
Yes. I remember the foot and mouth, the mad cow. Now we got the bird flu here in New York.
Check this out, guys. Comedy gold.
Okay. The other link I put up doesn't have this on the bottom.
Who are you?
Okay, one second.
Who are you? Who are you, sir?
Do you have business here?
Yeah. I have sent the secretary.
The other one I put up doesn't have it on the bottom.
No worries, I'll swap them out.
Can you give a little bit of a head up for me so I'm in?
So Democratic Congress are denied entry into the Department of Education.
For what reason?
because Elon Musk said so.
We're coming in. We're coming
okay.
Across the door. We're coming in. Who are you?
You're not coming in.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Who are you? Who are you, sir?
Do you have business here?
Yes.
I have sent the secretary. I have sent the assistant secretary a letter alerting her that we would be here today, and we've asked her for a meeting.
Yeah, I don't know that that's been accepted. So until that's
Wait a minute.
Who are you? And what do you do here?
What do you do here?
Security responsibility.
Get out of the way. We pay for your job. We pay you.
We're
members of Congress. We are here.
Everybody has accepted a meeting.
We haven't heard that from the secretary. We haven't heard that from the spokesman.
I'm relaying that.
You are not the spokesman for the department. You are a security guard.
Can you identify?
We're members of Congress.
Where's your bag? Where's your bag? We don't have any identification. Where's your ID? Where's your ID?
We are not.
It's not good enough.
We are not.
They want to close the Department of Education. They want to cut back on funding for low-income areas through Title I. They want to eliminate Head Start. They want to cut back on school lunches, cut back on access to college. And we're going to make sure that they recognize that that has to go through
That was an
Congress
edited one. The other one was
through our
better.
committee. And if we can get 3 Republicans to join us on the committee, we can stop everything they want to do. And if it gets out of committee, we need 3 Republicans in the United States to join us to block what they want to do in abolishing the Department of Education.
President Donald Trump has promised to abolish the Department of Education. And he believes that he can do this through executive order. And we're here to remind him that he cannot. Trump and Musk have placed DOJ staffers in the building where they have access to the private data of millions of students and families. Already, they have placed dozens of employees who perform vital services on which our schools, teachers, and students depend on leave. So we're here today to follow up on a letter that 95 of my colleagues and I sent this week. We asked to meet with the acting secretary, and we have yet to receive a response. We are here to ask her, will you comply with an illegal executive order to shut down the Department of Education? We will not cede the responsibility for our future generations to one man, his ideology, and his unelected lieutenants.
Like Trump said, I like the dumb people.
Play the other one. I can't find it up earlier.
The one with the banner at the bottom, you mean?
Yeah, that one has all of it. I can't find the one that.
The one we played.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter.
I've sent the assistant secretary a letter alerting her that we would be here today, and we've asked her for a meeting.
Yeah, I don't know that that's been accepted, so until that's accepted.
Wait a minute.
And what do you do here?
What do you do here?
Security responsibility.
Get out of the way. We pay for your job. We pay you.
We're members of
We pay
Congress.
you.
We are here.
Everybody has accepted a meeting.
You are.
We haven't heard that from the secretary. We haven't heard that from the spokesman.
I'm relaying that.
You are not the spokesman for the department. You are a security guard.
Can you identify?
We're members of Congress.
Where's your bag? Where's your bag? You don't have any identification. Where's your ID? Where's your ID?
We are not.
It's not good enough.
We are not a threat to security. We're members of Congress, and we want to ask the question.
We walk into the White House without having to go through magnetometers. This is an outrage. This is an outrage.
I'd like to speak with someone who works here.
So what are you gonna do? You're gonna beat us up if we go in?
I mean, you're gonna,
We want you to move out of the way.
We're not steamrolling you.
Get out of the way.
This is all access
Sure
entrance.
that we can't.
Stand aside, sir.
We're
This
members
is
of
all
Congress.
access entrance.
Please stand aside, sir.
I'm not standing aside.
Why not?
Because my role is to make sure that.
What authority do you have to block members of Congress from the oversight? We don't have oversight responsibilities. By what authority can you deny members of Congress their oversight role?
You don't have a business reason to be here.
You do not have authority, sir. You do not have authority. There is no authority for you to deny members of Congress their oversight responsibility.
We're the
If you have an
appropriate.
appointment and you're on a guest list, we will let you in.
Welcome.
Is what you're saying? Is what you're saying?
Or
that
you have to have an escort.
Let me
Somebody
ask
come
you a
down and
question.
escort.
Go get
Can I ask my question? Are you
Send them
telling
down.
me today that you have to be on a guest list in order to come to the Department of Education?
Either we are informed in advance. of
Yeah, that's why I called
They
it.
knew we were on there.
Shoes on the other foot.
Not even asking the acting secretary for a meeting.
This is Monty Python.
and she is
made reality.
So you have to be on a guest list to enter the Department of Education.
Members of Congress, we don't have to be on the guest list.
What does the outlaw king mean by that? These people? Who? The Congress?
Yeah, they are part of the Congress.
It was last year. Did something change with
Hmm.
That's always been. No, it hasn't. I walked into this building
Okay.
multiple times last year. I walked in. We were at least allowed to walk into that lobby, not stopped outside.
Well,
It's very different. I mean, you'd be stopped at the visitors desk.
We're
Okay,
trying
let's go.
to establish a Congress.
Doing that in advance. No.
Why are you doing that?
We're allowed to go to the visitors desk. Got 100 people out here.
We're trying to say Congress.
Ah, okay, thanks. Outlaw.
There were 90 people outside. They just wanted to go in the building.
They don't even allow them to go to the lobby.
We're here speaking for a ton of kids from coast to coast that deserve a quality public education, and this department should stay open.
These are the same people that kicked out auditors from the same buildings, right? Getting triggered because of the auditor cameras. This is so hilarious. This is
Yeah. Stupid.
I mean, the response I got right here.
These people are against auditors.
It's not dangerous.
That we are auditing them. The government
This is like a fly on the wall. It's beautiful, calm as a bitch.
Now they cry, and now they cry. You have no authority. Yeah, right.
We are members of Congress, as she said. What I asked you is, do we need to be on a guest list to be in?
Or somebody coming down to escort
but
you.
there was no danger or threat to you.
Go get somebody.
Maybe they should start their own auditing channel.
No danger to you.
You're allowed to go to that desk right there.
Go get
Like
somebody
I've done
to escort
multiple
us.
times in the past years.
Go get somebody to escort us in. You know this building.
25-foot rule,
Yeah,
right?
that's who we came to.
25-foot rule.
So what?
I said there's not an exception.
Aren't they now obstructing government official or something like this?
Go in and ask for one.
This is obstruction or something like this.
Why can't we go in and ask for one?
What they say about auditors.
This is government obstructing government. Of course, when they sue each other, we're the ones that are going to pay for their lawsuit, and whoever wins or loses.
All right, well, you just stay right here. You just stay and stay.
Why aren't you letting us go to that desk like we were able to do last year?
He's not a U.S. employee.
This is a public institution.
I mean, the security guy is a useful, stupid tool.
You're not aware of
It's not even his fault.
members of Congress who have responsibilities on. We're trying to save your job.
Poor guy.
He's not a federal employee. Just like I'm telling you.
Yes.
Can I see you? Show us your back here. Let's see.
How do we know who you are?
I don't know. I can't see it. I'm a federal employee.
We're allowed to go to that visitor's desk like we have been
Exactly,
allowed to do in
outlaw.
past years. We are allowed to go to that visitor's desk.
bringing Department of Homeland Security.
They should come out. They should come out.
Let them come out. Let them come
I
out.
know at a minimum.
We have
we are
those
allowed to
too.
go to that visitor's desk.
We have one of those too, just like
At
you.
a minimum.
Why can't we get it?
He does not have one of those.
We have one of those.
He ain't got one of those.
We're members of Congress. Let us in.
We'd like you to.
You fuck yourself.
Were you told to deny members of Congress entrance into this building, sir? That's a good question. Were you told to
Why did
deny
you call
members
it
of Congress
Department of
into this
Homeland
building?
Security? This is absurd.
Were you told to stand here?
Yeah, were you told to deny members of Congress from entering this building?
There's no business purpose to be here, so that's
But
why.
what were you told?
There's no business purpose.
We are members of Congress.
Say that with a
Many of us
straight
are on
face.
the education committee.
Are
How
you-
can you say there's
Are
no
you making a
business?
decision for the Department of Education on your own behalf?
What are
Or
you
you told to come out
afraid
here and
of?
block members
Do
of
they
Congress?
know that we're here? Max, ask the question again. That's important.
Were you told, are you making this decision to stand in front of this door on your own behalf, on behalf of the Department of Education, or were you told to come out here and block members of Congress and ride the desk?
Doing my job.
So everybody's
What is that? We're doing our jobs.
We're trying to save your job.
Members of Congress.
Show them your ID. Were you told to stand here, or did you decide to stand here and block members of Congress from entering the Department of Education?
to federal buildings.
Five members of Congress.
We're allowed in there.
So a private security contractor.
Do you know who members of Congress
blocking
are?
members of
Sure, we're all
Congress.
members of Congress.
Maybe he doesn't understand. Do you
A private
understand who
security
members of Congress are?
is making the decision to block members of Congress from a public access entrance.
I don't think he knows.
You have the authority as a
what
private
Congress
security
is or what we did.
contractor to block members of Congress. That has been knighted and granted to you. You have to at least let us go to the desk.
Yeah. When it goes out. Oh my, look at that. Who told you to do this? Open the door. So do you understand who members of Congress are? Well, and you don't care. Who are we then? You don't care. We have a job to do.
We're not dangerous people. We're not, I don't know, we're security. There are no thieves and thugs out here. We're members of Congress. We're parents, we're teachers.
Each of us.
There's our ID, right there.
We were elected to do this.
This is our job.
This is our job. We're doing our job.
Oh, wow.
You're securing this building against who?
Members of Congress.
Who is it? Who are you
The people.
protecting?
Against members of the people's
So
house
this
who
is the
represent the
beginning of
people.
full transparency of this administration.
That's right.
The administration that talked about they're going to open the doors to all of these things and show the American public what is going on. They won't even open the door to this building, to
Go to the
members of
visitor
Congress.
desk. Or
We are
anyone.
not posing any threat here.
Not
No, we are not
whatsoever.
dangerous people. We have not
They
done
won't even
anything.
let us
We're
talk to the
trying to
Department of
request a
Education.
meeting, and they have a private security contractor who on his own is making decisions on behalf of the Department of Education.
We are
So
members of
Congressman
Congress
Hayes,
at the
what you're
all
saying is they're not,
access
they allow billionaires and his minions to come in
I don't
to this
know who he
building.
is. I don't know who he is, but I know who I
they
am.
allow-
And I'm a member of Congress with oversight responsibilities trying to request a meeting, and a private security contractor is not allowing me to enter the building.
They allow billionaires to go into this
at the
building, but not
all
the people's
access
representatives. They
The
allow
all
billionaires
access
and their cronies to
So
go
what?
in, but not, there's a lack of transparency here. The members of Congress, the people's representatives are not allowed in. This is not transparent.
Look who is speaking about transparency.
Not only are they not letting us in, they're Homeland Security. We are members of
Now we know why they've been
Congress.
spending all this money.
Department of
You know, they're
Education,
getting
and they're
fucked up.
treating us.
Kids deserve to have us
Yes,
go in and fight for
absolutely.
them.
This is appalling.
Children of this country deserve that battle.
This is a public institution.
Shut up, Grandpa. You don't give a shit about children.
Let the camera see this.
Oh.
This man here. We are members of Congress. Come in. You're blocking us. See this man here, who is
This one, yeah, this one. Meltdown, full meltdown.
employee? Huh?
Yes.
No, he
Huh?
said he's a federal employee. We pay him. We raise money to make sure that we have a Department of
They say
Education.
it's a private company.
Everybody that's hired at the Department of Education are here because we pay for them to be here. He's standing here today, blocking the door, and he can't give us a good reason why he's blocking this
So
door.
make sure they see right here, all access entrance.
Well, and I think it should be clear to parents in the United States, if you want to advocate on behalf of your children, you are not allowed to come into this building where you pay taxes. Parents who have children who are disabled, access is being blocked. You voted. You voted for members of Congress to advocate on behalf of your children. Children with disabilities, for young women who have been victims of sexual assault in our classrooms, on our school grounds. Members of OCR are fighting for your children. We are not allowed in the building to talk to them. We are not allowed to advocate
Fighting for
on
the
behalf
children.
of
What about the
America's
350,000
America,
children
we
that
have
you
a
lost?
problem.
What about them children? You fighting for them, you stupid
And
lad,
let the
man,
camera
big
see.
fucking
They're
cunt.
calling all of these gun-loading people out on us. They're calling them out on us. Look behind this door. Who do you see?
350,000 children's
Do
companies
they have
under
guns
their
on
care.
them?
Well, under their
Do they
what?
have guns? Are they prepared to shoot us? We want in. No one says on the
I don't know. For me, they all sound very entitled,
It says all in. All government buildings.
like little children.
Yeah.
I'm
Maybe they should start a
member of
YouTube channel.
Congress. I'm chair of the Progressive
Kind of
Caucus.
low.
I'm vice-ranking member of the Education Committee.
Become
And the
YouTuber.
baseline responsibility of the Congress is to oversee our federal agencies. Each and every one of us have been in this building and through these doors.
Oh, he's an
But of
auditor.
course, as
He's an
soon as we
auditor.
get word that Elon Musk
Yeah, he's
and
a new
Donald
guy.
Trump want to
Welcome
shut
to the new
down the
auditors.
Department of Education, suddenly they don't want to let members of Congress in that ask questions. Musk and the Republicans, they say they're supposedly about saving us money, bringing transparency, seeing where the dollars really go. No, they're the ones that lock the doors and make sure that your elected representatives can't even ask questions.
We can't ask questions. Do you know that they're responsible for all of the student loans in this country?
I hear that they want to cut those student loans and give them as tax cuts to their billionaire friends.
And are they aware of Title I, where mothers are getting up, going to work for minimum wages, and they cannot afford the education that the billionaires have for their children? And we try to help them by giving money to this kind of person here, and the people who work here included all of the people in this
She nearly poke him in the face.
Title I families who need some
Yeah,
help,
look at his face.
both
Look
in
at his
urban
face.
areas and rural areas.
Oh, shit.
Mothers who can't even afford the child care that they need for their children. While
You
they're
literally
taking
say,
these
I don't give a
jobs,
shit what you have to say,
minimum
Grandma.
wages, and we're helping them with Title I. And this man is blocking the door. He says he's a federal employee. He won't tell us who gave him permission to do this. All he knows is he's going to stand here and
Elon
tell
Musk.
the members of Congress who are elected, who vote for the funding for all of
Elon
them
Musk?
in this building, and for the
Yeah,
student
he's the head of
loans,
the
and
Department
for
of
the Title I
Government
families.
Efficiency.
He's going to tell us
A
that
new
we can't
governmental
come in
department.
and talk
He's
with
going to go and
any-
audit all of
Is that
them.
right?
The Inland
What does,
Revenue,
okay,
Department of
Mellows,
Education.
what does it have to do with education building? Department of Education.
He shut it down. He shut the whole thing down. Kicked them all out. It's a waste of money. You don't need them.
Fuck education. Keep them
You're
stupid.
fired.
Unbelievable.
And it's very illegal, by the way, because all of these motherfuckers are all elected, right? This is a shit show.
And one Elon Musk showed them all the middle finger.
Just on the middle finger and kicked him out the
He
door.
was told to come out here and do this. Yes, he was told to come out here and block members of Congress from entering an all-access entrance to the Department of Education as we fight in defense of public education and students.
No, maybe he'll save his job. Okay, back up, and this is going to go out.
It's because you spent all the money on stupid woke shit, and then that was it. Now you're out. Deal with it.
Department of Education, get a good copy of him. Let him get recorded in history for what he's doing today. Let his children see him. Let his children know that he was standing in the way of all children being educated. Look them in the eye. Come on, hold your face.
This woman pissed me off.
Let them see you. This is him.
This was
Look
a
at
white
it.
bitch, man.
What's
You
your
have a
name?
proper meltdown.
Tell us your name.
Just a proper
Give me that
meltdown.
ID again. So what?
Meanwhile, she sent her own children in a private school paying $100,000.
Huh? No?
Yeah,
Will
she
someone else
uses a lot.
ask him
She
for the
gaslights
ID?
a lot. She does
Will
that.
you ask him for it? He won't let me see it again. You didn't see it. You didn't see it.
If she would send their kids in a public school, no, private school.
Agent, that's important to us, or an employee of the Department of Education. There's no identification on you that we can see. Did you get that picture? Everybody got that picture?
Another job when they closed down the Department of Education. Have you been promised another job in lieu
So you're
of?
letting us in? I'm going in.
He didn't let you see
We'll
that.
be going in with you. We'll go in with you.
We're not dangerous. I'm not. I got bad arthritis. I'm not going to hurt you.
Oh, he wants you. He wants you to do something.
I
so he
can't.
can
I can't, Maxine. I'm not capable.
Yeah.
All
yeah,
I got is my mouth,
Yeah.
my questions,
Yeah.
my agency is as Article 1 of the Constitution. That's
Let
all
him
I
see.
got.
He's blocking his ears.
That's all I got.
He's blocking his ears.
All I got. That's all I got. I'm
Look
not
at
a
his
prize
face.
fighter, except for children. I'm speaking on behalf of my 3 children, my 3 grandchildren, my 3 great-grandchildren. And for the ones that are coming, I got 3 great-granddaughters. I'm guaranteed to have a legacy of more children who are going to need an education. And I am here standing in the gap for them. I got a 2-year-old great-granddaughter who can't do what I'm doing today.
At the Department of Education right now, where they have locked the doors. I've been in this building so many times. So have other members of Congress. It's our job.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, his name is Jim Harfield. Put that in your column. Jim Harfield. Is that your name? Is that your name? Oh, he said that's his name. So put that when you show his picture, identify it. That's his name.
About Trump's plans to shutter the Department of Education, to cut Title I funding that fund so many of our public schools.
Oh boy. USA going down, man. They're eating themselves from inside.
The whole world's turned to shit, bro. It's not just the US.
Holy shit.
Whole world's done to shit. I mean, I don't know if you guys have realized, while everybody's eyes and attention has been averted to, this nonsense with Donald Trump and all of this shit here.
Yeah.
Real distraction. I mean, there's a crisis that's about to explode in Santorini in Greece.
Yeah.
Volcano. There's floodings in South Africa, not in South Australia. There's all kinds of carrying on. There's we haven't finished with the natural disasters. They're still carrying on like just like on a Tuesday, Oh, there's another natural disaster. It's another fucking Wednesday, So
yeah.
In the meantime, right? The whole world is pretty much agreed. Well, not the whole world, but the Western world has pretty much agreed that we should just evacuate everybody in.
Hi, fucking took off.
Hey, Howie. Yeah, let's just evacuate everybody in Gaza, and let's just send all these millions of people over into these other countries, which will almost certainly destabilize them and bankrupt the entire country's economy. But let's just do that anyway, because we've got the Greater Israel plan to work on, and then we've got the Belt and Road. You think Panama is an obstruction to the Belt and Road, but it's not. It's basically the swapsies. That's what it is.
He's asking for nuclear weapons now.
Who is?
Ulinsky.
Who?
Ulinsky.
He's an idiot.
Zelensky. Yeah, right. Give them nuclear weapons. A dictator. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we're doing this for democracy. Meanwhile, right, there hasn't been an election in there for years, right? Everybody that speaks out against him ends up on the front line. And, there's even a priest over there, a cardinal or bishop or some shit that spoke out against him. This bishop is something like 80 odd years old. He put him in prison. and we're fighting democracy.
I think before the war started with Ukraine and Russia, Zelensky closed all the TV news stations, all the newspaper who were writing against him, opposition. He put all the opposition parties who run against him. He put them all in jail. He closed all the news stations. He was literally a dictator. Literally a 100% dictator. Yeah. And now the whole world think he's the savior and protector of Ukraine. It's a bunch of shit.
Savior of Ukraine. Of the car park that he's created.
Yeah.
He saved the car park. He hasn't saved anything. He is going to stand trial in a Russian court. I guarantee you this. Zelensky is going to end up in Russia on trial.
No, I don't think so. Are you going to end in somewhere in Florida with a big mansion?
Maybe. Hopefully, if he can get his ass over there.
How are you, William?
You know, but I imagine the short story is Zelensky's going to be the swapsies, you know?
Yeah. Where is all that money? Where is all that money that was lost? Lost. Just like the eggs that are lost in Pennsylvania.
Unbelievable. Oh. I can't hear shit like this for long. It makes me... Oh.
A New York judge just forbid all political appointees, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, from accessing Department of Treasury data. So a federal judge has blocked all access now. As of midnight, he did it just before midnight. The federal judge dropped that.
And Trump just started. He just not even a few weeks. Oh my God!
Just a little bit ago.
Oh my God, this is a shit show.
Just a little bit
He just started.
Just a little bit ago, a violent 8.0 earthquake struck the Caribbean Sea. U.S. territories such as Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands are impacted.
When?
So,
today?
Yeah, just happened a little bit ago.
Boy, oh boy.
Yep.
You're ready for a bumpy ride. You thought COVID was bad, the lockdowns. Oh, that was just a teaser, a trailer.
Right. But I have it in the judge blocked the appointed Treasury Secretary. How is he supposed to do his job and pay anybody? If he can't access it, he can't pay anybody. You damn wet, you're not gonna get paid.
Meanwhile, Elon Musk is sucking the dollars out of this Treasury Department. Oh my God! Who would believe something like this would happen 10 years ago? Giving Elon Musk to control USA money. Elon Musk, a billionaire. Yeah, right.
Thank God for Elon Musk. What would we do without him?
Yeah.
Expose the government and show us what he's done. Look what he's done. He's exposed.
Canada, Global Affairs.
Well, like we didn't know about it. Shit, we knew all of this shit. It was just there staring us in the face all that time.
Okay, Global Affairs Canada just wiped all public records from foreign aid spending. Taxpayers funded billions gone from public view, no transparency, no accountability. What you hiding, Canada? What you hiding, Trudeau? What you hiding?
What happened with this trade wars against Canada and I think Mexico?
25% trade tariffs.
Is it active or is it delayed?
No, it's not delayed. It's currently, I think it's started, or it's about to start, or some shit.
Oh, okay. 4 weeks on in the office, and I already started trade wars with China, with Canada, with Mexico, God knows whoever.
Canada, the ones that's going to get it. I mean, once he's dealt with Canada, he's going to come after Britain. Is Britain?
Yes. Well, he already threatened the European Union with trade wars too. Already.
Yeah. He pinched Greenland off Denmark. He just took it. He just said, "Yeah, we're having this. It'd be good, you know. Good for our security, you know. Our security is your security."
Yes, he has spoke about it several times, but they don't care. They're still going for court orders to block everything. And the court order reads that he has to destroy everything that he found.
Unbelievable. I took all politicians are dirty and idiots. We have, we have an election in 2 weeks in Germany because we kicked the government down, and now we have new elections in 2 weeks. I hope Elon Musk didn't influence the Germans too much, and we get the far right AfD. Oh my God! If the AfD comes big leader, oh shit!
Hey, Sam the man.
Hey, Sam.
Oh no, is it Sam from BNC?
No.
Oh, okay. Seriously, you have to look out, Mellows. If the AfD is prognosed winning the election here in Germany, oh.
If anybody'd like to jump up, you're welcome to jump up. The link is pinned in all the channels to jump up. It is pinned, so you're welcome to jump up. I have gone and pinned it in every channel. So, Sam, if you'd like to come up, Outlaw, if you'd like to come up, you're welcome to come up.
Yeah, Outlaw seems to have a lot of knowledge.
Outlaw, he's got a wealth of knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, Outlaw is fantastic.
But I don't like when I don't remember who write it in chat when they say the Democrats. Come on, it's all the same shit. Democrats and the Republicans, it's all the same shit.
Yeah, but it's the Democrats at the moment, the ones that are locked out and crying.
This was funny. This was so funny.
It was funny. I want to clip that and put some like change the audio, like the voices, and like put something funny over it. Just change what they say, basically. Just put some other voices.
You're right, Outlaw. Greenland has had nothing since we shut our base down there.
All this shit is hollow threats from Trump. He's gonna do nothing. Like I heard yesterday on another panel when Mitchell said, "Oh, we're gonna own the Gaza Strip and we will build. Trump, we're gonna build a golf course there." Yeah, right.
Apollo.
Huh?
Every president we get says we're gonna do this.
Yeah. I
The list
understand.
is so long, it's not funny. It goes back to the beginning of our presidencies. And
people don't learn, Mamabear. People don't learn.
And it doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever. As I say to everybody, hey, Robert, as I say to everybody, before you vote, do your own research on them. I don't vote my party line. I vote what they've done for my community, what they're going to do for everybody. But I don't put out who I voted for.
Okay.
Chris, that's a good one. Hello, Robert. I hope you're enjoying Thailand. Robert McMedia, if you want some interesting videos from across the world, Robert goes to Thailand and he'll be in Thailand till March, I believe. He'll be overseas till March, and he goes to Vietnam, and he does some great videos. But yes, Chris, that sounds like a good one. I'm doing better. I'm getting there every day. Every day, I'm getting better. Every day, I'm getting getting there slowly. Oh no, I'm sorry, you broke your hand.
What the fuck, outlaw? What happened to you? You run against a truck? The hell?
I have been sick, but I am now on weekly infusions, and I am getting better now, Robert. I am getting a lot better since I started.
But Mellows, explain me. What authority has Elon Musk to close the Department of Education? He has no authority.
No, he doesn't. It's unlawful, illegal, but, you know, we're in new territory here because there's a brand new government agency.
Okay. Do you know
it's not clear where that government agency derives its power. I mean, I know it's from the White House, right? But does the White House have the jurisdiction? I mean, does it have the ability to do that, to lock out Congress?
How many other presidents have formed institutions?
It's very illegal, very illegal. What they just did is like putting one brand new government agency up against another. Now, I get the reasons why they sold us. They did it, but
why?
Well, to expose the corruption, primarily. You know the money that they've the money that we just listened to about them wasting, for instance, on the transgender rights. All of that was uncovered when they gave him access, and one of the things that he did was lock everyone out while he was in there, poking his nose in the computers.
So basically he took it on the possession to let's say to find something.
The Department of Government Efficiency, right, was literally set up to reduce the outgoing cost of the government, because there's too much government overspending. And he's basically gonna find out where they can trim the fat, basically, where they can cut some money here, cut some money there. And the Department of Education, because of all the woke genders that they've been backing, that was one of the first things that they closed down the whole department until Elon Musk and his team goes through the whole thing with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah.
And these are all crying because they can't get back to their seats and do their job. And
search all computers, all the books.
Yeah, and delete some of the evidence that they've got on their computers, for instance. You know? It's a shit show.
Seriously, a clown show.
Yes.
Jesus.
Now you can tell that guy wasn't just security from Allied Alliance. You know what I mean? He was.
Yeah, I don't believe so too.
No, he was. You know,
he was a professional. He was too. He was too calm and collected. He had too much control over himself to be a simple security guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at how many. If they want to do away with those, then remember the IRS is not. That's same thing as Doge. It was appointed by a president. So was the IRS, and I think there's a couple others too. ATF is another one.
Well, we haven't started yet. The shit show is about to start when the external revenue comes into force. That's going to be a funny one. Oh my God!
I mean, if I understand it right, Mellows, if I understand it right, basically Elon Musk to find all this wrong spent money and shit and corruption. He has basically right to over any other department. He can do whatever he wants to any other department. He can close only of them down just saying, I want to find corruption. He can close them all down.
But they are finding the overspending.
Thanks for that, Alo. Let me just play this one. He sent me a link.
This guy has ultimate powers now in USA. Ultimate powers.
Yeah, he's an emperor, a dictator.
One on the freeze in federal funding. Who advised the president on the legality of telling government agencies that they don't have to spend money that was already appropriated by Congress?
Well, as the OMB memo states, this is certainly within the confines of the law. So White House counsel's office believes that this is within the president's power to do it, and therefore he's doing it.
Okay, so they disagree with lawmakers who say that they don't have the power to freeze this funding.
Again, I would point you to the language in the memo that clearly states this is within the law.
And all that happened on Friday night. The administration fired several inspectors general without giving Congress the 30-day legally required notification that they were being fired. I think only 2 were left at DHS and the DOJ. And then yesterday we saw several prosecutors, I believe 12, fired from the Justice Department who worked on the investigations into the president. As you know, they are career prosecutors, therefore they are afforded civil service protections. How is the administration deciding which laws to follow and which ones to ignore?
So it is the belief of this White House and the White House counsel's office that the president was within his executive authority to do that. He is the executive of the executive branch, and therefore he has the power to fire anyone within the executive branch that he wishes to. There's also a case that went before the Supreme Court in 2020, Scala Law LLC versus the Customs, Bureau protection. I would advise you to look at that case, and that's the legality that this White House was resting on.
So you're confident that if they bring lawsuits against you, those prosecutors who were fired, that they will succeed?
We will win in court,
And
yes.
did he personally direct this, given they worked on the classified documents investigation and the election interference investigation?
This was a memo that went out by the Presidential Personnel Office, and the president is the leader of this White House. So yes, yes.
Carolina.
I mean, Mellows, I think you have to give Trump credits. He's shaking things up.
Yeah.
He's shaking things up.
He's definitely shaking things up. But this is all by design. They was going to shake up things anyway. You see, they need us to, in order for them to create this new world, they need us to create it. Well, before we create it, they need us to tear down this old world and want to tear down this old world and change for the new. It's called the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution,
Solution, yeah.
Yeah, they prod us left to right like cattle prods, right? They push us too far right, so we go left. And then they push us too far left, so we go right. But as long as we're moving forward on the same agendas that both sides agree on, that's all that matters, right? So look at all the things that they do agree on. They agree on the Federal Reserve. They agree on the illegal spying from the CIA. They agree on a lot of things like the pharmaceutical industrial complex. They agree on the military industrial complex. They agree on so many fundamental things. The same people, AI PAC, for instance, funds the same, both sides, so they'll fund the Republican and they'll fund his opposition. So the same people that are backing, the same lobbyists, the same money that are backing and supporting these people are the same people are coming from the same place. Does that make sense?
Yes. I understand it. I'm full.
Yeah, it's the illusion of control, right? And that's what they're selling us. These politicians are their sole job is to sell us a lie, to sell us that they are fighting for us, that they are the ones that are going to stop World War III. We're going to fix we're going to make it more transparent. We're going to do. But while they do things that half the population want us to do, they also do half the thing that they do half the things that the other half of the population don't want us to do. So they keep going from left to right, steering us into this abyss, right? And meanwhile, every single one of these politicians are all getting paid by their puppet masters to steer us, to convince us, to lie to us, to bullshit.
Mellows, you don't want to wake up this beast in me, because a few years ago I was very, very strong and fighting against this one world order shit, and yeah, Bilderberger.
Yep, I was there.
Yeah, one of my, not friend, but I know him. I had contact with him. Was following this Bilderberger congresses, and these hidden meetings and shit. Oh my god! And the funny thing is, let's say as example, Greece, right? Konstantinos Bakouras were one of the participants of this meeting. 4 years later, before he joined, after he joined this meeting, he was a no one. He was really a no one. It's a simple farmer, and then he got a financial. He got a letter for the financial department.
Yeah.
Come on, something, and no transparency. No one is allowed to know what they are doing. All these politicians, all these oligarchs. No one is allowed to. How? Shit, man. They're playing with us like we are dumb ants on a hill.
Look, Donald Trump is pretending that that he's against the globalists, the World Economic Forum, but he is one of them. I mean, this is just these people who have ultimate control. What gives them the special ability to control us all is that they control both sides of the same coin, right? They control both sides of an argument. When there's a protest, say me and you wanted to create a rally and protest and blah blah. If it got that big, these people, these organizations under them, like the ones funded by the likes of George Soros, they will pay people very, very well to come and infiltrate your organization, your rally, your protest, whatever it is. And they will come with a lot of money, come with a lot of friendship, a lot of goodwill, and so on, right? But ultimately what their design is to make sure that you or your movement doesn't go anywhere, doesn't get any traction, doesn't have any bite, any teeth to it, So they'll fund you. They'll fund you just to make sure that they can quietly put you in a hole somewhere and label you as a conspiracy theorist or as a far right extremist or whatever they can discredit you with.
Yes. Oh. Man.
It's sickening, and as far as waking up the beast inside you, I mean, dude, if you ain't gonna wake up now, when are you gonna wake? If it's not you, then who? If not now, when? I mean, what are we waiting for? What are we all waiting for? Are we waiting for someone else to do something for us? I had a friend once said to me years ago, he said to me, I'm so glad that there's people like you that do what you do, because it's just so nobody wants to know, nobody gets involved, nobody cares. And I said, well, why don't you do it? Why are you waiting for me? I'm a fucking disabled fucking idiot big mouth on the internet. Why are you, an able-bodied successful businessman, waiting for me to fight for the injustice that you admire so much? Why are you not just pulling out your sword, metaphorically, and taking your side, the stand at my side? Why are you not fighting with us? Fighting with us instead of against us? Why are you just cowering by and waiting for someone else to solve the problems for us, because this is what the problem is, right? Everyone's waiting for the Batman, the Elon Musk, the Donald Trump to come and save us, right? Because they got the money and they got the this and they got the that and they got the AI and the Neuralinks and all this shit. Why are you waiting for a fucking superhero to come and save you?
You know why? You know why, Mellows? They train the brain of the people to be obedient. You know, you are helpless, blah blah blah. But if you remember, when Germany, East and West Germany got united, who united East and West Germany? Not the politicians. It was the people. Because they went to the street and demonstrated and turned the wall down. It was the people.
They tore that wall down. I remember.
It was the people. It was not a politician. No, it was not the rich people. It was the people. They got united, and that's what the people above us, the rich people, you know, that's what they fear. They fear that the people got united again and work as one. They don't like it when people have one voice. That's why they try to divide them, because divided people are harmless. United people are dangerous.
Of course. And this is the whole point. You know, I've tried to unite people. I've tried to create communities, groups, you know, and it's difficult, right? It's really fucking difficult.
Yes.
So many differences, so many different, you know, opinions and so on, and too many people focus on the things that we disagree on rather than focusing on the things that we do agree on, like, you know. So, and then, you know, because this one's in there, I'm not going to be a part of it, or I'm not, you know, because that, you know, you speak to that person and I don't like that person, so I'm not going to speak to you anymore, and all this bullshit, right?
Childish.
Yeah.
Okay, Sam, the network link is down because we're redoing the channel. That's one you can't access, but the others are good. The network channel link for Mellows is down because we are redoing that.
Which one we're talking about? Vigilante Media?
Yeah.
The website?
Yep.
Yeah, website is getting rebuilt. Sorry, bye.
So that one is being rebuilt.
Yeah,
excuse my ignorance. You're running a website?
I am a web developer by trade. I build websites for a lot of people, a lot of activists. I help them. I do it, you know, because I genuinely want to help them. You know, so
I see that. I see that.
We spend our morning doing websites.
You too, Mamabear?
Huh?
You work also with
Mamabear. Since I met her over on TPP, probably the only good thing that's ever happened to us.
Aww.
Become, literally my rock, basically, my right hand. I mean, she's a partner now in Vigilante Media.
Oh, thank you, Mamabear. Thank you.
Yep. I do all the emails and keep track of everything.
See, I judged you wrong, Mamabear. I have to admit it. I judged you wrong. Thank you.
Half the things.
I'm not that bad of a person.
Okay.
I'm really not.
No, I don't want to go there, but just a little bit. After, with all this screaming, I think, well, what kind of crazy grandma is this, you know? But no, don't get it personal, okay? I don't mean to insult you or something, but I see you're doing good things. I love it.
Yeah, I'm a grandma, I'm a mom, and I've been fighting for rights for many people, abused people, and sex traffickers, and I'm tired from it now. And child abuse, I don't do it anymore, but I stay in the show and support a lot of the stuff. People just don't. You know, I support Summer in the backgrounds and help Summer out. And if you ever, I pull up court papers like for people that I can get into court papers, and I'll dig into court papers, and just like I've got a file on what's happening on the Diddy. I know I'm in the federal case with Diddy. I've got it for Adams. I've got the Trump files. I've got the Idaho 4 files. You'd be amazed for what I've dug up. And I keep digging. So
that's what I also never liked when I was young. All these, people idolizing and get influenced by the singers, actors. They are focused so and spending so much of their life on these actors, singers, rappers, and shit. Who the fuck cares about all these idiots? They don't give a shit about you. What do you give a shit about them? And in the end, you see, 90% of our pedophiles, P. Diddy, what was the other couple? Beyonce and what's the name of the husband? I forgot the husband. This rapper.
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z?
Yeah, Jay-Z and shit, anyone, they are so beautiful, they are so they're helping people and shit, and all of them turn to be pedophiles, traffickers, drug abusers.
A lot of people's going to go down in the Diddy case.
Yeah, hopefully.
And, they say they're going to open up the Epstein case, but how much of it is going to be redacted? Just like the JFK, how much of that's going to be redacted? How much of the Martin Luther King's going to be redacted? They say they're opening files, but a lot of it's redacted. I wish they would redact it all. But as we all know, and everybody knows, I don't care if it's here in the US, it's in UK, it's in Germany, Japan, China, wherever. The governments are not fully transparent with the people.
100% right.
They are not transparent across the line.
But let me say for this, Mamabear, from my experience. So far, from my experience, I think I can speak only for the country I'm living at the moment. They are not sure there is corruption, 100% there's corruption, but not that, or not on this big scale like in USA. No, for me it looks like the government of USA is running pure on corruption. This is basically the basic.
You say that because they've never done a complete audit of the country. If you got into your politics of Germany, where all this money on everything is being spent, how much do you think is really being spent? We've never covered Germany here. We've done the UK, we do the US, we do Australia a lot. We've never really done Germany. Maybe we ought to start looking into Germany, Mellows, because we know there's corruption in all the others.
Well, we've got a correspondent in Germany now, don't we?
Look it up. Which one are you talking about?
Apollo. He's in Germany, isn't he?
That's if Apollo digs into what his government is doing. You can yell.
What's he want me to do? Fly over there and do it for him? For the
No,
just like
no. Listen, I know.
I've got a friend in Denmark. Do you remember Roger?
Just like I told Cape Cod here the other day about what he's dealing with, a lot of corruption in the town he's living in. And I said, first you got to go find the budget. start getting put in FICA requests. How much is the police department being paid? How much are the officers being paid? How much are they doing on this? Is the money being allocated where it's supposed to be being allocated? And a lot of people are doing audits and they're finding it out. Just like there's a town in Dalton, Illinois that our friend Long Island Audit went to, and I believe he's not going back. That town, you ought to see their audit. They did, and it was not even a subpoenaed audit because they had no subpoena power to get this stuff. But you know what? They uncovered $40,000 in one day to Amazon.
You can just imagine.
Credit card, Wayfair, $50,000 of money to local restaurants. So, everybody says, well, it's just the federal government. It's not federal government. It's start digging into your local government, because you will find out your local government is just as corrupt, and they aren't transparent with everything else. People have to be transparent in our government, and they're not. I don't care if you're Republican, you're a Democrat, an independent, you're not, because they are paid in the United States by the lobbyists. And how much the lobbyists put in their pockets is how much they're going to fight for the bill.
Yeah. Who bites the hand who feeds them? No one.
The politicians.
The politicians.
No, they don't bite them. No.
Yeah, they do.
If they get paid by a pharmacy.
I can literally pull up a video and show you a policeman biting someone's hand.
Oh shit! Cannibal.
Hey Ariel, how you doing, man?
What's up?
Yeah.
Apollo, you would be amazed at right from your local government right up to the federal government how corrupt they are. Even you need to look into it in Germany, because you're going to find out there's money missing in Germany.
No, I admit it, Mamabear. Listen, I admit it. I'm not in this. I'm not in this sector that deep. I'm more like in how the government spends money on helping organizations. That's my genre,
Well, you see how they took you see the first video we played today, how they were supposedly helping the American people and the people around the world by doing all these animals.
Yeah.
And what did it turn out? Nothing. And we're talking trillions of dollars.
Well, I mean, shit.
Jesus.
They sent condoms to Hamas. I mean, what would you want?
Oh boy, you can make this shit
and you
up.
know what Hamas did with the condoms? They made them into explosives. They used them with explosive. They made explosives and stuck them inside. They made them explosives out of them.
You're so right on that one. They can't afford 300 teachers, but they can do rubbish George squares.
On your video, it was on the beginning, Mellows, when they say, remember when I think Trump was, when he said, the Wuhan flu and shit, And then now on your video, they say that U.S. government sent animals over to China to create viruses against this and shit. And so basically, if I understand it right, USA pay Chinese laboratory to make experiments on animals. They pay them.
Exact. Bingo.
This is yes. So basically, I don't want to go that far. So basically, you can say you say probably are responsible for the C virus. Because You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if they pay laboratory in China to test viruses, whoever knows for what, maybe they paid also to create the C virus. What the hell?
Yeah. How are you today, Ariel?
Good. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
All right.
Good. But you're so right, Outlaw. They, other countries are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Other countries are doing the same thing that the U.S.
Man, imagine they use all this money to do good things for their own people. Oh my God.
And I don't care if it's Republican or Democrat. Everybody is pissed off because of how much money is being uncovered that is bogus, totally bogus. And the tax.
And it's only a little part, only animal testing. There are for sure more.
They've done the U.S. aid, and they uncovered so much U.S. aid that it was funny. This is not the only department that they've looked at. There is tons of other departments that are being going after, and I heard
very good.
And they're uncovering, all this stuff.
But no one's ever going to be held accountable, and we knew that at some point, they had to get the dirt because there's too much money unaccounted for, right? So they've got to make the excuses and to at least make the effort to talk about it. And then when it gets to the point where, oh my God, it's public outrage, and let's take a sidestep and then focus on something else. I know. Let's start a fucking war over there. Or, oh my God, there's another virus. Oh my God, there's a fucking aliens. Oh my God, there's a weather balloon. Oh my God, there's a fucking tornado. Oh my God, there's a fucking
another wildfire.
Right. There's a three-eyed fucking toad. There's a two-legged fucking.
And they're creating this stuff.
Yeah.
By and some of this shit that's going on, is uncalled for. And track them all.
So track.
A lot of it's uncalled for. A lot of it.
Shit.
I'm a taxpayer, and I pay taxes here in New York. And Apollo, if you ever looked at New York City Police Department and the way they're sued, and I'm going to tell you, and I've said this more than once here. I've said it more than once, Apollo. New York City pays the fines. The state of New York pays fines. The federal is paying those lawsuits because they're federally funded. The state's federally funded.
Hundreds of millions yearly in just unlawful, basically in lawsuits, lawsuits against the New York police force.
I live in upstate New York, and some of my taxpayer money is going to New York City to pay for their unruly police department. Ariel's taxes, because Ariel is from the U.S., is going to pay under the federal to New York City.
I get it. Yeah. Mellows was right. What I hate the most. Okay, all the exposure. Okay, that's good, fine. I welcome it. I support it. But if there is no outcome, no one gets held accountable. What's the point?
That's what they're trying to do, is be accountable for the money and stop some of the stuff, because I just looked it up. There is a bill to stop the U.S. aid that was introduced to the House. A lot of this stuff has to stop somewhere, and somebody has to be accountable for it, because I always thought the U.S. aid was to give people in countries that needed food I didn't realize, and it has came out in the report, that they were giving money to countries that were actually funding. How do I want to phrase this? Allegedly funding trafficking of kids into the U.S.
I didn't see that message, Harry, just until just now.
So, you know, why is that group funding? Because I always thought that aid went for food.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
People in need. People in need.
Yep. What'd you say, Ariel?
I said right. You're right about that.
You know,
condoms is an
for
essential.
rice and flour and necessities.
And condoms and necessities.
No, kind of not a necessity in my book.
Well, I mean,
if you don't want more children.
And the funny part is, Mellows sending the condoms over there to Muslim countries. You know, they are not able allowed to use them.
That's got to be an insult to the people, right? Here's some condom. We're gonna help you with aid. We're not gonna give you water or food or medicine. Here's some condoms. No. Like, stop breathing, for fuck's sakes. Yes. You know, we don't want any more of you. Right? Here's some condoms.
That's how one way to reduce the population there.
Right. Outlaw, that's only the tip of the iceberg, because a lot of these lawsuits from last year haven't been settled.
Boy, oh boy.
We don't want any more of you guys over here. You know what I mean? So here's some condoms. You don't need food. You need condoms, mate.
We already have trouble killing you. Come on, don't make more of you.
Food's just going to make it worse. Here's some condoms, some contraceptives. Fucking, that's an insult. Literally an insult.
You know, and it's you know, I want our government to be transparent to the people. I pay taxes, Outlaw pays taxes, Inferno pays taxes, Untrackable pays taxables. Ariel, here in the U.S., and it's time for our government to be accountable to the people. We're the ones that elect you and put you there. I can say it, and I know you're laughing at me, Mellows.
It's wishful thinking. What's gonna happen?
It's just like
cows will fly, pigs will fly.
It's just like our 1A auditors. Our 1A
Elon Musk is gonna save us. Don't worry, guys. Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Man, Mellows. I had one guy on Mellows. I had one guy on TVP saying, "We are." What did he say? We are blessed to be living in the same time like Elon Musk.
Oh my God! It's got to be Mitchell.
I think so. I don't remember.
Brandon.
We are blessed to be living in the same time like Elon Musk.
Yeah,
man, this guy shit out of the same asshole like me. He's nothing special. He's not the Jesus Christ.
This is idol worshipping at its finest.
Yeah. Exactly. How can a human being say shit like this? Oh my God! Only because he's rich.
You see, they've destroyed the family unit, right? And there are no more idols. You know, people admire. You know, grow up as children or whatever. You usually have The first person, especially the first person that you admire, would be the father figure of the house, for instance, right?
Yes.
Or uncle or grandfather, and then they would lead you by example, give you that instruction for life, those
guidance,
tips, those little hacking tips for life, those little vital nuggets of information that have been passed on to him through generations. That's gone. There is none of that anymore. Our idols are fucking Elon Musk and Bill Gates and fucking the what?
TikTok. That's what they get the guidance from. TikTok. Stupid.
When they call me insane, I'll take that as a compliment.
Huh?
They call me insane. I actually take that as a compliment.
I know I'm insane, so it don't matter with me.
How many people called me an idiot? We had to listen to, here where I'm living. It was still, I think, 10, 12 years ago. It was a big demonstration from neo-Nazis, right? And we have on the downtown here, Capenion, you know what I mean, right? Mellows Capenion.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there with some friends playing Picard, the Greek card game, And then we saw all these neo-Nazis in front of the Capenion marching and shouting their shit, And all the Greeks, hey, let's go out and attack them. Hey, shut the fuck up, why attack them? It's their country, they can do whatever they want. I don't give a shit. If they want to do, it's not that I support it or what they say, but what's the point fighting them with violence? That's what I didn't understand. I can go there and punch them all in the face. It changed nothing. They get what they want. You can't change no one minds with violence. No one's.
You see, this is what I don't understand, right? How people can come to the realization, when people will finally come to the realization, you can't change the world we live in while participating in what made the world shit in the first place, all the bad things. You can't just be participating in all that shit that you don't like about this world and want to have a better world. You got, like Gandhi said, you got to be that change. If you want to see a change, you can't sit around and say, well, when they change things, I'll change then. Because you don't really want to change if that's the case. You're happy with the status quo. If you want to see things better, the only thing you can really change is yourself, right? You can't change someone else. You can't force a donkey to drink the water. You can't make somebody do something they don't want to do. The only thing you can do is maybe talk, influence, guide, inspire, encourage, support. But truly, the only thing you can actually change physically is your actions, your mind, what you do. That's the only thing you can control.
People got too comfortable. They got lazy. They made the people lazy. Kotpa warriors.
Well, I see that authoritarian in people, anyway. I mean, you see the auditing videos. You got to stop doing this. You can't do this. You got to do that. The audacity that people actually out there, that they think that they can dictate to others what to do, when to do it, how to do things. The people have gotten too set in their ways. Maybe too many people enjoy being told what to do. But I don't, I don't fuck around, people.
And when you see these auditor videos, and the auditor asks, they go outside to the auditor, I told you to stop filming, and when they ask why, because I say so. And who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? Because I say so.
The authoritarian.
How entitled do you have to be to go to a stranger and tell them what to do?
Right.
This is the ridiculousness that we find ourselves in. The people,
Because I say so. Because I say so. Fuck you.
That's called cojones. When you have cojones, that's what you do to people.
Well, you know, people get confused with being assertive and being controlling. And you know, I mean, there's times where you do need to control, like, you know, you're in a work environment and you've been given the responsibility of quality control, right? Then you're in a position, you know, that you have to manage those people who have agreed to work under you, right? Then you got to tell them what to do. Don't do it like this, do it like that. I mean, they're literally getting paid to follow your instructions. But you know, when you're out in the street and you meet somebody you don't fucking know, how the hell are you going to sit there and think that you have the audacity to tell them what to do?
Yeah. And that's the reason, Mellows, I can't imagine myself living in USA. I can't. I was for 6 months in USA, and I got in trouble so much time. Anyone got involved in my business when I'm walking to the street and shit. You know, I told this story and I regret telling it, so I won't repeat it. You know, they come up to you and and give me commands for who the fuck are you? I don't care if you are police. Who the fuck are you? I did nothing, so fuck off. Fuck off. And only because I have a black beard. Okay, I was young, huh? I don't have a black beard anymore. Some entitled Karen called the police on me because I have a black beard, and she suspected me to be a terrorist only because of my black beard.
Which is actually a crime. It's called socially profiling, discriminating.
I didn't know that at this time, Mellows. I'm but stupid.
I mean, there's a lot of things which I knew. I mean, it's because of life's
People don't mind their business.
experiences, that we learn these things, right?
But they teach people, see something, say something. That's what's going on through their minds.
Yeah, because of conditioned programming from the media and the government.
Snitching. We call them snitchers.
Yeah, they've been programmed, right?
Yeah.
They've been brainwashed. It's literally not. It's not really their fault. You know, if you think about it, they are victims in this scenario.
Yeah, they get snitched on you too. Then, if you snitch on others.
No, what I'm trying to say is when you believe you're in the right and you're doing something right. I mean, look, here's an example, right? Snitching is a bad thing, right? Is it a bad thing to snitch on a pedo?
Well, it depends. It depends. If
does it depend? Really? Does it depend? I mean, the guy's a pedo. Does it depend?
If the guy's what?
A pedo.
No, it's well, it's good. You can snitch on them.
Exactly. Now you get, you know, you see the double standards. There are standards where you would snitch on somebody, right?
Yes.
But
not on any little shit, Mellows. I don't know where you're going.
Rape somebody, you know, you're going to snitch on these people.
Yes. But not, come on, this remind me what happened in 1930.
You know the reason why we need police? You know the reason why we need police? Because we're not ready to hold ourselves accountable. We're not ready to do the job.
Right.
You see, before the police was even a thing, right? I mean, it's Sir Robert Peel. He's the founder of the modern day policeman in the UK, right? And he wrote a basically, they called him the policing principles, right? These policing principles were the basic. Let me bring them up so I don't butcher it. Sir Robert Peel, policing principles. Now, of course, you know, supposedly these things are drilled into the training of our law enforcement, but you know, it very clearly isn't, right? This is the sort of thing that is skipped because it goes antithesis to the job that you have in at hand, right? So number one, the basic mission for which the police exist is to prevent crime and disorder, right? Number two, the ability of a police to perform their duty is dependent upon the public approval of police actions, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, they can't prosecute anybody without a public witness or a victim or a member of the public. They can't do it. I mean, half the video evidence that they gather is from the public CCTVs and private businesses and establishments. They can't do nothing without us. They can't even make an arrest without a complainant from the public, right?
But they need an order from the judge.
No, the ability of the police to perform their duty is dependent upon the public approval, right? So when the public approves of the police force, they get funding, they get praises, they get all the rewards, they give them medals, they give them all this sort of shit, right? Police must secure the willing cooperation of the public in voluntary observance of the law to be able to secure and maintain the respect of the public. In other words, they need to try and keep the law, right, uncorrupted, if you like, right? They need to keep the trust of the people that they have placed in them to observe the law and follow the law and to be able to execute or enforce those laws, right? We put our whole public's trust in them to be able to perform these duties, right? The degree of cooperation of the public that can be secured diminishes proportionally to the necessities of the use of force. So every time they use force against the members of the public, they lose the public's trust. They lose their ability to control the public. They lose respect from the public, right? Number 5, police seek and preserve public favor, not by catering to public opinion, but constantly demonstrating absolute impartial service to the law. Now, they mustn't demonstrate this at every possible opportunity, that they are acting impartially and not in favor of some greedy corporation that is paying them overtime or some shit. But they must perform their duties to the law and not be biased and execute the law, indiscriminately. I don't like him, so he's trespassed, but he's all right. All this sort of shit, right? Police use of force to the extent necessary to secure observance of the law or to restore order only when the exercise of persuasion, advice, and warning is found to be insufficient. So before they even use force, they must exhaust all possible opportunities to persuade, to advise, and to even warn them before they actually go hands-on, right? As a last resort, because it diminishes the trust that the public have in you, right? The police at all times should maintain a relationship with the public that gives reality to the historic traditions that the police are the public and the public are the police. Now, this is important, right? The police at all times should maintain a relationship with the public that gives the reality to the historic tradition. Now, there's a historic tradition that the police are the public and the public are the police. Now, when you see, this is where they get, when you see something, say something, you got to, like you see a burglar, you see something, you got the duty's on you, the onus is on you. Why didn't you inform somebody when you saw something? Because, you could be held liable in that case. You know what I mean? In some cases, if you saw something that you should have reported and you didn't, and then later someone got hurt, you could be responsible for that, So, at all times, we should be policing ourselves. If we walk down the road and we see, a woman getting mugged or raped or something, are you going to tell me that's not my job? I'm going to walk past and it's got nothing to do with me.
Right.
Or are you going to, put on the fucking cape and say, hey, stop here, and try and chase them away or do something to make some noise to scare them off? In my opinion, even though I'm disabled or I would still do that, and I have done it. Even just recently, I'm not the sort of person that would stand idly by and watch somebody get hurt in my presence. And there's something I can do. There's no way that's happening. you're going to have to go through me.
But Mellows, all these rules you just read, you know that.
Well, I'm not saying you know, if somebody parks illegally, you got to go and give them a ticket. But you know, if somebody's not, you know, like, you know, doing some criminal act, basically that's indictable, that's going to hurt somebody, that's going to cause some damage, then it's incumbent upon you to help your neighbor. Right, to help him, man. I mean, Jesus, this guy's getting fucking mugged over there.
This mindset is gone. This mindset is gone, Mellows. This mindset is everyone living for his own only his close bubble.
Not everyone.
Not everyone.
I hope.
I got a lot of good people out here where I live at. I call anybody anytime they come help me out. Strangers.
Like I said before, the government hates nothing more than united people. That's why they try to divide all of us with any little shit. And people got more and more divided. More and more divided over any little shit.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you heard about this. I heard this on TPP about this case about this 20 police officers killed this George Brooks, the inmate, and that's what I don't understand, Mellow. Seriously, help me understand. If something like this would happen here, man, I would be the first one protesting in front of the jail. And in New York, I think it was New York, maybe I'm wrong, it was a New York prison. Nothing happens, nothing. The police officers still get paid. Nothing. Okay, people discuss it on forums, on panels, okay. And that's it. That's it. No public outreach. No one is going there and protesting. Man, we had a case here in Cologne, Mellows, where two police officers brutally killed a black guy from Ghana. It was, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. And made over 300,000 people was protesting in front of the police chief's house of this North Rhine-Westphalia. It's like the county. 400,000 people. And people keep talking in panels and shit. George Brooks got killed, and that's it. Nothing happens. Another day, like the previous one. Who cares? Another one dead. Huh.
You know, there's Mamabear's not here at the moment, but there is a channel that I share on here. There's a channel that I share on here quite often. It's called Bannerman. This guy, he shows us videos where people, you know, like these bailiffs are going and repossessing homes, and how some of the illegal practices that they do, and to illegally evict people and take possession of their homes, and how some of the people are fighting back, where they've created these rapid response groups that, you know, as soon as one of these they find one of these where they're going to come in and try and repossess the house, or they've taken the house, they'll actually go and physically retake the house back and give it back to the person. They're amazing videos, man.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, but isn't it called squatting then?
No, basically it's they basically how some of these mortgage company, how they swindle their way into repossessing some of these homes, and
okay.
They don't follow the correct procedures. They create fake warrants and possession orders and stuff like that haven't actually been signed by the judge, and all of this stuff. So they're getting all caught up now, and they'll turn up with this paperwork and the police are so dumb, they don't verify or anything, or when they do verify, they don't do the due diligence and actually help the bailiffs in removing people and stealing people. They're literally just stealing people's homes, you know what I mean, with false and fake documents.
And police helping them.
with that, and the police are helping them. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, you can hire policemen, to do things for you. Just say you're putting on an event or you're doing something, you need to employ some police officers. You can literally employ these people and send them onto a job, and they'll make sure that the job gets done properly. Anybody who wants to get in the way, your hired goons will arrest them and charge them. And this is how they've been operating.
I saw a video. Mellows. There were a special unit from police was sent to arrest someone, and this idiot chose the wrong house. Okay, let's say it was number 200, and this idiot went to number 220. Man, how stupid you have to be to can't read numbers.
It happens all the time. All the time.
How stupid you have to be, you know?
Killed all the time because they go to the wrong houses.
Yes. Come on. Only idiots.
They break your door down and then they tell you got to pay for your own door, and they're at the wrong house.
That's what they did. They started drilling on the lock. You know, they didn't push it down. They started drilling on the lock to open the door in the wrong house. And luckily, the owner got a message from the ring bell.
Yeah,
and you hear, and you hear them from the ring speaker. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, we are sitting for this and that. You idiot! You're on the wrong house. It's 5 blocks further. How stupid is the police to? Oh my God! Unbelievable. Where they find these people? Where they find the people in a lottery or I don't know.
They carefully select these people. They have a maximum IQ qualification.
Mellows, not only do they code to the wrong addresses, sometimes the people that receive the calls, you know, the call center will give them the wrong address, and they don't know. They're going to the address they gave them.
Yeah, good investigation. Good investigation. Bravo.
Yeah. What's your name? What's your date of birth? Investigation over.
Yeah. I don't open the door, bro. I don't open the door to nobody.
Unbelievable.
How you doing, man?
What's going on, Track?
Track.
Much love to everybody.
Looks like Track's ready for another sponsored shave. Just in time for another sponsored naked run. How you been, man? It's been a while. Where you been at?
I've been surfing these streets. You know what I mean? And,
streets. You've been getting kicked out of different different hoods.
Yeah, I saw a panel where Untrackable got kicked out because they're thinking he's Taliban. From Taliban.
I see Untrackable's got his little green little what I've never understood. You see, I got one the other day when I went to Miguel's panel, right? And I thought, what the fuck is this, man? What is it anyway? What is the green little thing? As you can see, I decided to put my own colours on there. I even put some baby oil and a finger. I even put a Cyprus flag in. It's so small you can't see it. It's got a little Cyprus flag on there. And it's got the middle finger as well. The middle finger and the baby oil. We got the D-Piddy baby oil on there.
I thought maybe he was going gay on me with all the colors or something. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, rainbow effect. I put everything but green, yellow, and red because that's the trending colors at the moment. I don't even know what they are. Hey,
Untrackable.
So someone run me through it. How do they work? What are they?
I have no fucking clue. Every time I go someplace and they put something underneath my name, I'm like, okay, that's what it is. They want me to have this subtitle. I didn't know it carried over to other places, and then I got too lazy to delete it. So it's like, okay.
Same. Yeah.
That's why I put,
Same like you. Same like you are, Untruckable.
I give no fucks. And they really shouldn't be able to touch my name like that. Oh my god, I'm so offended.
Yeah, I could change it. I can put you baby oil. You want the baby oil one?
Yeah.
Deep pity baby oil.
Baby oil on my back.
Or the middle finger. I can give you the middle finger one. So next time you go over there, give him the middle finger.
No, because they're gonna put their own thing on it, so they won't even get the finger. I'll just get the finger.
It'll be there if you leave it there. If you put it on there.
Hey, just don't sniff your finger. You might get something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I put a nice one under you. I put Mountain Man underneath you.
Well, maybe the green dot.
Thank you, Mama Bear, for being so kind as to touch my name. I'm still hurt. I'm still hurt. I swear to
I did a nice one though.
God. And thank you for that.
I did a nice one.
I'm gonna put one on there for you, mate. There you go.
I had to fix mine. I had to fix mine.
How's that? It's the finger.
Well, now I gotta zoom in. Mountain Man, middle finger. I'm not even in the mountains. I'm in the Piedmont. Yeah. That's called the foothills. I'm in the central. You know.
Look at what you look like. Look what you look like, though. Look at your beard. You look like a mountain man.
Grizzly Adams.
You did think that would be just equivalent on the side of the road. You know what I mean?
You need a red checkered shirt and some braces. You know those onesies that those jeans. There's with the braces on them. What are they called?
The bibs.
Yeah, with the bibs on them. Yeah, you need some of those and a red shirt and an axe. Big giant fucking diamond axe.
Hey, Mountain Man is better than Mountain Man is better than homeless man. So
yeah, much better.
You know, I remember you being in the mountains and taking a run for the water.
Yeah.
We do what we would do.
Remember that? Because we live streamed it.
Yep.
Shut up. Calm down.
We live streamed that one, baby.
Yep. Yeah, you can't take me anywhere, but I'll see you there.
But you know, to Untrackable, we love you.
There's only one track, and he's untrackable.
Oh no, I know where he is.
I don't mean it that way. I mean his car will not stay.
Well, down on Main in the early light, eyes running like he's got a fire to fight. A spectacle for all the town. Ain't nothing but his knees sprinting round and round. They call him untrackable. Just a blur, stripes and a laugh that's crackable. Down the street where the wild winds pass, there goes high in his underpants.
You remember that one?
This was funny.
I don't know if you realized it the other day, yesterday on Miguel's channel. I posted that song.
I swear I had so much fun doing that, and to still every time I hear that song, yeah, a song is great, but what does it mean? And it was like, no, this dude went running around the block in his underpants. Yeah, that's what I do sometimes. So.
You know what? We love you. We love you.
hey, if there wasn't people like me, then there would be no funny shit. There would be no connections between those who think about things and those who do things. So I will stay wild and I will stay free. And
Now you're gonna make me go down there and change that to Wild Mountain Man.
Wild naked running mountain.
When you go in, there's 3 dots on your name. Okay, you see the 3 dots on your name, and
no, it's Mountain Man, right?
it said you should be able to edit your picture and edit your name.
Oh yeah, he don't play with that though, Mama Bear. He never touches it.
Do you want me to take
I don't touch buttons.
Well, anytime you want it changed to back to what we put it to, just find it. We'll put it back for you.
I mean, when I come here, clearly, you guys, you can put anything you want under there. I welcome it. But I'm never gonna, go through any effort to put something under there. I give 0 shits.
All right, I'll just.
I think it ought to have a finger in the beginning of it too.
Yeah.
Have a finger on both sides because it's a double barrel.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of old songs in here, Mama Bear.
Oh, we've got so many old songs. God, remember, we've done so many.
Most of them have been remastered.
In fact, we've got to drop another one on BNC for tomorrow. We've got to do a long reel for there
Okay. And we've got a few to put up there.
for tomorrow. So.
Oh, there's this one. This is my favorite one. Where is it? I'll skip past it. There it is.
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride. Cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. They 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah.
Nice
We
one.
got some old songs. I've got to do some more. We got to do some more.
Yeah, those are good ones.
Make some videos on them. Support was working on one the other day. It's a long ass one as well.
Yeah, we worked on the website this morning. BNC up. We're going to put some of the album covers on the website. So I think Untrackable should go on there. His album cover. I'll put that on my list to put his on the album cover so it's on the website. This is the website we're talking about. We're building a website. Okay, Untrackable.
Yeah, we living in a world where the truth's under attack. Mellows vigilante got the spotlight on the facts. Eyes on the audit, we ain't taking no more lies. Government corruption, we expose it, open skies. They think they can just play us, manipulate the game, but we digging deep, turning whispers into flames. Grab the mic, hit the streets, let the message unfold. Transparency, that's the anthem, time to break the mold. Mellow, mellow, I...
Yep.
The moment I wake up, before I put on my makeup, I say a little prayer for you. And while I'm combing my hair now, I'm wondering what dress to wear now, I say a little prayer for you. Forever, yeah,
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, you guys remember this? That's the new site. There'll be all the songs are going to be on there. The new app as well will be on there. And that's it, really.
Well, we did the home about us today. We got that put in.
Yeah.
And soon we'll drop the website link.
Yeah, when it's done. There's still quite a bit to do to it.
Yep. I'm kicking Mellows' ass to keep going on it. I like that little grin there, untrackable. How's that race car going? You still playing the games?
No, I really haven't touched the games since it's cold out here in the garage, and that's where my games are. So when I can't feel my fingers, I can't play the games. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what it's doing here? It's snowing.
Yeah, we're gonna get some snow on Tuesday. But they said 4 inches.
We're supposed to get up to 9 tonight.
Yeah, Ariel. 2 days ago, the teacher at the school said next week we're about to get 6 inches of snow. Now, it depends on where you are, on the levels that you get. But if somebody says something like 6, around here, it doesn't matter if you get 2. Everything shuts.
Shut down.
Yeah.
It's doing.
I've been out in Tennessee and it snowed one time, and forget it, man. I was so pissed. No one knew how to drive. There were cars were crashing. It was horrible, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like they don't know what it is. And,
Yeah.
You know, we used to always joke that the southern states put their salt and stuff in the back of pickup trucks and have the Department of Waterworks shovel it off.
Yeah, it don't snow much here either where I'm at, but I grew up up north in Connecticut, so I saw the snow.
But and that's the thing too is like, you know, they can do their public service and salt the roads or de-ice the roads with whatever chemical they want to use. But if I can't leave my neighborhood,
right,
or the school is closed and I don't have childcare, there's decisions to be made there, and they have to be made when you wake up in the morning,
right,
and realize that, you know, you either can't leave the neighborhood or you get that email from the school that says, hey, your child will be working from home today.
Yeah. We have one school here that's on remote because they don't have enough bus drivers.
Wow.
They're going on remote because they don't have the bus drivers anymore to drive buses.
You know what happened when it snowed when I was a kid? Track. I actually walked to school because they never closed the damn school down. Just saying, bro. It had to really snow a lot for it to close.
Yeah, I remember going in snowstorms.
Yeah.
I remember slipping and falling on the ice at the bus stop, and then I still had to get on the bus when the bus came through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've got any.
I walked 5 miles uphill barefoot in the snow. And when I came home, I walked 5 miles. You know, those stories are 100% true. And even the little bit that we can talk about, no, they shut the school down now.
Yeah, they just talk about flurries and they already have closings.
My kids, my child will never know about waiting at a bus stop. In one way, that's good because it's efficiency, but in another way, it's bad because it's, hey, how the fuck are you going to meet the world if you don't sit out there and wait 30 minutes for the bus to come and pick you up, and then you have to deal with whatever is on the bus? You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Kids nowadays do not know what it is.
Yeah, we used to all huddle up together in a circle and try to stay warm while the damn bus would come. I know about that.
Yep.
Yep.
Or the bus would pull up and it would interrupt your snowball fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, we're here. Let's do it. And then, you know, the bus pulls up and it's like, oh, okay. I guess we got to stop playing now because this big orange bus pulled up. So we have to go to school now.
Yours was orange. Mine was yellow.
It's one of those. I don't know what to call it, but it's a school bus color. How about that?
Was it short?
Did you get to lick the windows?
Did I get to? I was the first one. Like, those were my windows.
Suck on those buses, man. Well, they did when I was a kid. Get no air. Got those tall ass benches in front of you. No seatbelt.
Yeah, we didn't have seatbelts. Hey, but that bus driver had brakes.
Yeah. They still do. They got chains on them bad boys. Instant.
And in other news, I have some other news. Hang on. Oh, you got something you beat me to it, Margaret?
That's my snowstorm. That's what I get.
That's beautiful.
That's taken off my porch.
Hell yeah.
That's what I get.
Okay, Mellows, I will take a little break. Mamabear, thank you for having me. Mellows, thank you.
Yep.
I hope I'm welcome to come back again.
You're welcome anytime, Apollo. Thanks for joining us,
Thank you,
bro.
man.
I sent you an
Great.
email with a link to our what we call the Jitsi room. You're welcome to join us over there and have a private chat anytime you want. I'm always in there. Unless I'm here.
I check it later. Thank you. Bye, Ariel. Bye, Untrackable.
All right,
Bye.
man. We'll see you.
Bye.
Right. Oh, what happened to Untrackable? He just dropped out. Hey.
Mrs. Riva.
Hello.
Hello. Let me just get my headset sorted.
Yeah, you sort yourself out. We're not in a rush.
How are you, Mrs. Riva?
I'm good. I'm good. I've got an infection in my foot.
Mm-mm.
Oh, no. It's not good.
No, not with diabetes, it's not.
Did you like the picture of my winter wonderland?
It's stunning.
That was taken off my front porch.
Wow. Amazing. I'm just trying to get my headset connected.
Okay, we're waiting. I'm not going to press play until you let me know when you're ready. Oh, he's dropped. All right, well, we'll just play this anyway.
It just means we need to pay attention to it. You know, this scale goes from 0 to 10, 0 meaning there's virtually no chance of an impact, 10 meaning a climate-destroying, world-destroying sort of impact. Never seen anything like that since the dinosaurs, obviously. But there's a slight chance this one could come by and hit us in 2032, as you said.
Scientists are closely watching a recently discovered asteroid that is being called a potential city killer that they are watching very closely. A newly detected asteroid. Experts now say it's got a small chance of impacting Earth. They've called it the 2024 YR4.
Asteroid 2024 YR4 has a 1% chance of hitting Earth in December 2032.
Yep. We discovered this on December 27th of 2024. So it was very recent, and it was found by a telescope in Chile that is specifically designed to look for things near the Earth.
The asteroid known as 2024 YR4 was first spotted December 27th by the El Salce Observatory in Chile.
Now, this is an animation. It was created from images captured on Christmas Day 2024 by a telescope in Chile. It was officially discovered 2 days later by scientists with the NASA-funded Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System, or ATLAS. Then another team at JPL mapped out its future path, which gave it a 1% chance of impacting Earth on December 22nd, 2032. Now, that's a very rare for an asteroid of this size, but there's still a 99% chance it will not hit Earth at that time. And there's a 0% chance that it'll hit Earth on its next orbit in 2028.
Astronomers say based on its brightness, the asteroid is between 130 and 300 feet wide. So we have a handy graphic on your screen to compare. So the asteroid that struck Earth 66 million years ago and wiped out the dinosaurs, well, that one was just over 6 miles wide. For more, let's bring in CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood. Bill, good to see you. This asteroid is now rated a 3 out of 10 on the Torino Impact Hazard Scale.
What is the size of the asteroid? And if it's a big enough asteroid, I think the answer is we are not prepared. We've seen movies like Armageddon, where Bruce Willis goes and puts a nuclear bomb and blows up the asteroid. It doesn't work.
Bruce Willis is going to save us.
The momentum of the asteroid is still coming towards Earth. If you disintegrate it, there will be many bodies that will be coming into Earth.
NASA thinks this thing is up to 300 feet wide. That is
In zone to in zone, the size of a football field, just so you know. It has more than a 1% chance of colliding with our home planet, they say, in about 8 years or so. So I want to show you where it is right now. The black circle you're seeing right here, that is the asteroid's orbit. And the good news is it's going away from Earth. So it's going to take the long way around. According to the Center for Near Earth Object Studies, they say this asteroid right now is about 30 million miles away, traveling, again, outbound, so away from the sun, around the sun, and it'll return to Earth's neighborhood in 2028. Let's show you, though, the asteroid's uncertainty region. The blue axis is really the question mark line. So that is where we can see it's going to get really close to Earth, and that's why they're a little concerned. If we want to give you data for it, experts say it's a 1.6% chance that these two intersect, the asteroid and Earth. When? December 2032. Scientists say they're not panicking yet, but they are watching it closely.
The tracking is not very precise yet. They'll get another chance to really nail down the orbit when it comes back by Earth in 2028. And by that point, hopefully, the numbers will show that there's zero chance of hitting the Earth. But right now, you know, they're certainly paying attention to it. They want to make sure they can nail down this orbit in time to do something if necessary.
I don't like talking doomsday, but if this asteroid were to strike Earth in 7 years, where could it hit? How much damage could it do?
Well, we don't know where it could hit yet because the trajectory is really not nearly well defined enough to make a prediction like that. But the kind of impacts we're talking about with a body of this size and its possible composition, you know, back in 1908, an asteroid hit western or eastern Siberia and leveled like 830 square miles of forest. So it's a big deal. If something like that came down in a populated area, on a big city, for example, it would be truly catastrophic. But it would be a local catastrophe. It wouldn't be something like the rock that killed the dinosaurs. It wouldn't affect the global climate, but it would certainly be a disaster of epic proportions. So we're all hoping that doesn't happen.
It's currently moving away from the planet, but will return in 2028. And a possible impact cannot yet be entirely ruled out. That's why, since it was first identified as a threat in December of last year, it's being closely monitored by the European Space Agency.
Let me tell you, the most likely scenario is that by the time we lose sight of the object in April this year, the impact probabilities will have lowered enough not to worry about this object anymore. However, there are still some small chances that it will remain in our risk list, and when we come back, when it will come back in 2028 and we reobserve it, at that time, it will have been so much time enough for us to determine whether, let's say, it will be impacting or not completely. So it will be a 0 or 100%.
Although the density and makeup of the asteroid is not yet known, it's estimated to be traveling at around 15 times the speed of a high-velocity bullet.
The difficulty is that when you find something in the sky that's moving, you have to work out from where it sits on the sky what its actual orbit in the solar system is. And that, although we understand the physics of how bodies move through that, our measurements of the positions are not precise. They have uncertainties with them.
To better understand this new asteroid, 2024 YR4, we look to the Torino scale. It was invented to categorize the threat posed by asteroids by combining the probability of impact with the amount of damage it could cause. The scale goes from 0 to 10, with a 0 or 1 being nothing to worry about, but anything higher warrants monitoring.
This one has reached a Torino number of 3, which is in the sort of general category of, hey, astronomers, pay attention to this. It's not in the, we have to get worried, we have to get Bruce Willis on his spacecraft to go up. It's, we just need more information.
Back in 2004, an asteroid called Apophis topped out at 4 on the Torino scale before it was ruled out as a threat and dropped to 0. Then, a different asteroid in 2006 briefly rose to a 2 before falling back to 0. This new asteroid is only the 3rd one since the creation of the Torino scale in the 90s to attain a rating higher than 1.
The James Webb Space Telescope has been tasked to look at it to try to help understand how big it is. One of the biggest uncertainties is how big it is. It could be anywhere from 100 feet in diameter to 300 feet. And that's a big difference when it comes to, you know, how potentially damaging it could be.
For comparison, the asteroid that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs was much larger, at 6 to 9 miles in diameter. This new one is similar in size to the Tunguska event.
The probability is 2% that it could hit in 2032. And that sounds scary, like, oh, 2%, but you have to flip that around, and that means 98% probability that it is not going to hit, right? So that's the number you really want to think about.
If by chance this asteroid does make impact, it would most likely do so somewhere along the equator.
As of January 29th, the European Space Agency estimates the probability that the asteroid will hit Earth on the 22nd of December 2032 to be 1.2%. Scientists are set to meet to discuss Earth's response if the asteroid's impact probability remains above the 1% threshold, which could include crashing a spacecraft into it to deflect it off course.
Hey, Mamabear. Mamabear, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey,
Your
Mrs.
parcel's being posted tomorrow, so I expect it in the week. I'm sending all my I've got about 20 parcels to send tomorrow. So I'm calling at the post office in the morning.
Oh, thank
Have
you.
it well, guys. I've done nothing but sleep for 2 days, and I'm trying to stay awake so I sleep later. Don't get up too early. But, my foot is so sore. I'm not well at all.
Well, you got to get better.
I got a cut on my foot a few weeks ago, and it's infected.
That's not good.
No, I'm at the doctor's. I'm seeing the specialist nurse on Tuesday. So
Okay.
they may give me some antibiotics or something. But it's black, the cut, and it's really tender and red.
Touch?
Is it what?
Is it hot to touch?
Not particularly. It's a bit warm.
Yeah, you've got a severe infection. When do you see the specialist?
Tuesday.
Okay, if it gets any worse, it starts getting hotter, go to the emergency.
Yeah.
Don't wait.
I will, Mamabear. I just feel so lousy. Luckily, I got a Friday off as a holiday, but I slept all day and all day today. I've done nothing but sleep. And I just feel really young. I just don't feel well at all.
Your body's telling you it needs it.
Yeah.
Lots of fluids.
Yeah. I mean, I normally have a beer on a weekend. I've had 1 can all weekend. And it took me all night to drink that.
Yeah. You keeping your foot up?
Yeah, it's up at the minute.
Okay.
How are you, Mellows?
I'm all right. Just trying to motivate myself, get myself,
We're cracking the whip.
Yeah. A lot of things to do, and my brain's all over the place.
Yeah, I know that feeling. But yeah, your jewellery's on its way to your Mamabear tomorrow. And that picture you put up of your off your porch is absolutely stunning.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
Oh, it's your favourite colour as well. It's aquamarine. I'm just sorry for the delay in posting it. I've just been so busy.
Oh no. Don't worry about it.
Did you get your duvets and that? Did you get them all? Because you couldn't get an electric blanket, could you?
I have not gone up and gotten it yet because I have been sick. I am now on weekly infusions. So
dear.
I've been spending my time at doctor's offices.
Oh dear, I'm sorry to hear that, Mamabear.
No, it's a good thing because I got them to listen, and we finally got the insurance company to approve my medication, and Now I'm getting them, which I needed it 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And I'm finally getting it now. So it's I had to cancel this week's because we had a bad ice storm and the roads were covered in ice, and I don't travel in ice. I stay my butt home. So this Thursday I'll have a double infusion. So I will be out of commission for a couple of days with the double infusion.
Okay. Yeah. As I say, my stepdaughter, she had lupus and Raynaud's as well, which is where the blood freezes. So she's on chemo and weekly infusions, and her skin's dry. It's had took its toll on her young body. She looks 20 years older than she actually is because of what it's done to her.
Yeah.
So I understand lupus. I understand what you're going through. It's a horrible condition, and I don't envy you. I think you're so brave.
Well, I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna
No, you don't give up.
I will continue to fight.
Yeah, Victoria never gave up. She, as I say, she has to have regular chemo to stop her blood from freezing because of the Raynaud's disease. But the weekly infusions on top of that, and the medication, and the visits to the hospital, and bringing up a young family, it's hard work. It's hard work, especially when you get so tired all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yep.
I've not seen her for a few years. The last time I saw her, she was in hospital having an infusion on the ward I was in on as a day patient, having some treatment for my pancreas, and she just looks so. Her skin it was like an alligator skin. It was so scaly and dry looking.
Yeah.
You look good, Mamabear, though. You do look good.
Well, I am trying.
Yeah. You say you got your duvet, Mellows?
Sorry, yeah, I've got a cooker as well, but the bloody oven's not working at the moment. I've got to get electric in to check out.
Oh dear.
Hopefully, it's nothing serious.
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed for you. I don't have a cooker.
Well, air fryer. What do you use?
I have an air fryer and a 2-ring hob, and it's perfect just for the two of us.
Yeah.
Because my kitchen, I've got my fridge, and I've got my fridge where my cooker would be, and my freezer on the other side of the room, in where my fridge freezer would be.
Yeah.
And I have my air fryer on top of my freezer, and I have a slow cooker and a hob on my fridge, and it just works out perfect for me. And I cook everything in the air fryer. It's so much quicker and easier and healthier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Plus a microwave. I have a microwave for things like I have that porridge where you put milk in it and you microwave it for 2 minutes. It's really good. It's really tasty.
Yeah. I have an air fryer and I use it all the time.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they?
Yep. I use my air fryer, and of course, my stove has a griddle and stuff right on it.
Yes, is it like the farmhouse ones we have here in the UK, the big range?
Mine isn't the big one, but I have a good size one though.
Yeah, I love American stuff. It's so much bigger and better. I used to have an American fridge freezer, and it was amazing. It was massive, but
Well,
it was amazing.
like they used to be made, let me tell you. Not at all. They are not like they used to be made.
No, nothing is nowadays.
Nope. They are far from made the way they used to be.
Yeah. I've made Inferno a picture. I'm waiting for him to contact me so I can send it to him. Would you like to see it?
Go ahead, let's see it. You've done some great work.
Yeah, I've done a picture that I've done on in resin, but I've already sealed it. It's going to Northwoods. He's not seen it yet, and he's going to show it on his show. But I can show you Infernos because his is not sealed yet. Let me just.
Oh, cool.
I did that for
cool.
him.
That is
That's
cool.
nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm doing a Grim Reaper at the moment, and that's there for Graham.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I can show you a copy of the picture I've done for Northwoods that he's not seen yet. It's a surprise for him because I've photocopied it. I've the original that I drew. I've laminated. So I'll show you that. But I have been busy. It's a copy of a tattoo I once saw.
Oh,
that
cool.
I remembered seeing. You like that?
That's
You
cool.
think, Mellows? It's nice,
Nice.
isn't it? Smoking its roof.
Yeah.
So I have been busy. Okay, I'm going to speak to Inge. Let me just Inferno. I'm gonna send you a link. I'm gonna drop out of there, and I'm gonna send you a link on email. Just click the link, and you'll join me, and we can chat. I'll speak to you guys shortly. I'm gonna have a chat with Inferno.
All right then. Take care.
Catch you later. Bye.
Bye. All right.
Wow, that's pretty sharp.
I'm back. Sorry about that. I gotta go take my medicine and stuff.
Oh, did we? We got to play an audit. We got to play an audit. The new audit. Wild Man.
Oh yes.
We haven't played that. We haven't played that. We watched that.
No, we watched it in the back room.
Oh, we got to play it. We got to play it.
Oh.
All right, let's find him. There he is. Yeah. Not that many. Oh, we can play that one. Just to tease everybody. All right, so this is This is the mayor's court. Inside the mayor's court while he's waiting. Can you see that, Mamabear?
Hold on a sec.
Yeah, we see it.
All right.
Yep. Yep, we got it.
We got it. Let's press play. I don't think there's any audio on this because it's the CCTV from the mayor's court.
Oh.
All right, this is Modman Audit. In this video, you can see me sitting here pointing to paperwork. These are public record requests that I made earlier that week that I just received. These public record requests had conflicting information in them saying that there was no issued warrant for my arrest, and the New Holland Police Department had put a warrant block against my registration and license. Well, according to ORC, you do have to include a warrant on the person to include a warrant block, and I'm explaining this to Lawless calmly when he starts throwing his hands. And the magistrate is in the background. You can see I'm calmly talking to him and pointing at the paperwork and showing him where it doesn't add up. And he's telling me the BMV made a mistake, and I'm telling him there's no way the BMV put New Holland Mayor's Court on the paper and the case number. And so I'm asking him, who I need to sue. I'm getting to the point where I'm about to ask him who I need to sue. And you'll see when he gets in my face. That's when he says, sue me. He goes, oh yeah? You want to sue somebody? Why don't you go ahead and do that? And gives me the whole talk. And gives me the sue me then, buddy. Challenge accepted. So he's giving me the talk and telling me that if I want to talk to the judge about something that they did wrong, he's going to remove me from the courtroom, apparently. And I'm telling him it's my right to redress the court and have access to the courts. And I'm here to have rightful action. And he's in my face being nasty and malicious once again. You can see by his body language. And this is a guy I've had ongoing issues with. If you check out some of my other videos, you'll see some of the issues. Currently have a 1983 lawsuit against this guy. And he says, all right, you want to talk to the judge? No, it's time to go. Come on, let's go. Grabs me up, violates my Fourth Amendment right. I was filming on my phone, dropped my phone, broke it. I tried to escape his false arrest, and he grabs me and forcibly throws me out, injuring my wrist. It's kind of wild, Patriots, we got to stand strong. This isn't constitutional. I wasn't there causing any trouble. I was there to be heard about a very serious matter in which they were depriving me of my rights to travel and my right to have license, rightfully so, through an abusive process. Sorry, that's battery. And so yeah, there's another view on here. There's another angle. This is a mayor's court, town hall. It's just a public space. It's not a courtroom, but at this time they were holding mayor's court, and I was there to redress my government and access the courts about a wrongfully applied warrant block. This is in the state of Ohio. If you look at the Ohio BMV website, there's information about warrant block. And the fact is they didn't issue any warrant, but they put a warrant block. And that's improper, and it's abusive process because it doesn't allow someone to have the ability to remove the warrant block, because the warrant block is removed apparently when the person is arraigned into court. So anyways, do research, stand up, and stand together.
Do you see how the magistrate keeps looking up and over like he's interrupting the court?
Yeah.
You know?
Keep an eye on him up in the corner. Guy talking to him.
It must be a little tight down.
If only we had the recording. I'd love to hear what he had to say.
The audio, yeah.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Now, 300,000 deportations a year.
All right, this is Wild Man.
Wild Man audits. I'll drop the link in the chat in a second. Let me find another one with the same officer, right?
Didn't you say you had a run-in with him the year before?
Wild Man.
Yeah. Same dude. Keeps handing him. He's got a lot of videos with the same guy. This guy's a chief, right?
Wild Man audits. Back at you. More police misconduct. This instance happened 5 months after the most recent video detailing an officer who lied about a zoning violation to the health department. This is that officer's chief, Chief Lawless.
I didn't say where I'm living. I'm saying you have to prove where I'm living.
So you don't live here now?
I don't know where I live. That's up to you to
Are
prove.
you homeless?
I don't know. Am I?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
I'm a free man. I'm wherever I am.
You are a free man.
All right.
I wish you start acting like one.
I am one.
Yeah, I can tell.
And anyways.
Where do you work now?
That's none of your business.
I was being like, not even, I was just saying, where are you working now?
That's none of your business. Where do you live?
I live in Madison Mills. I'll tell you anything you want to know because I don't have nothing to hide.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm a free man. I can live there.
Okay. So where are the claims of defecation of property coming from? Where did I ever shit on my land?
Look,
where did I ever shit on my land?
Look,
please tell me.
Did the health department deal with that?
Yeah, and they said they said that what you said was a lie.
I didn't say anything.
They said what your department said was a lie. Let me be more accurate. Let me what you and your department said.
I honestly don't know about the defecation plate because all that was someone said you were doing something and an officer called it into the health department. That's all it is.
And then why did I get an ordinance later? You actually made me sign the ordinance upstairs of defecation of property, trash defecation of property, living on camper. Why did you charge me with that later if the health department already came out and verified that it wasn't happening?
With what?
Defecation on property. I have the yellow little the pink little slip.
Hold on. When you come in here and see the judge, what did she find you guilty of?
That's regardless of what I'm saying what I was charged with.
Because I don't remember, seriously.
That's an unconstitutional court in here. There's no prosecutor. So I'm not that wasn't even a real court. That's not even a real that wasn't even court.
Can you answer my question so I can
I'm talking about what I was charged with. You charged me with defecation of property even after the health department came to my property and said there was no defecation of property. That's blatant harassment. That is harassment. You're charging me with something after the health department said that it didn't happen.
This is the ordinance zoning violation that Chief Jason Lawless here made me sign whenever I picked up my property after the motion to return seized property. So you can see down here at the bottom, this is indeed his signature as I'll zoom in. And if your eyes can see, there's an X on it says property and an X next to defecation on property. So this is Chief Jason Lawless lying and continuing to harass me and pressing baseless claims on me, even after I stood ground 5 months prior against his other officer, which he was there and he was the one driving the vehicle at the time. Anyways, this is Wild Man Audits. Hope you'll enjoy, like, comment, share with all your friends. Stand strong, Patriots.
You don't have the right to
This
confidentiality.
rule supersedes
You don't.
your
No, it does not. No,
Yes,
the Constitution supersedes everything you do. The Constitution is above everything that you say and do.
Yeah, he gonna win with that guy. That guy's always gonna be against him.
Oh, you're gonna like the next video then.
I love you, Bobby. What's that soul?
Wild Man Audits, exposing corruption and standing for our rights. In this video, we'll see Judge Peters of Circleville Municipal Court immediately dismiss with prejudice this charge from none other than Chief Lawless of New Holland.
What do we have here?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi.
I think we have more wasting of tax dollars is what we have by Chief Jason Lawless.
I'm not going to make a comment, okay?
That's okay.
I'm just going to get you arraigned and get your not guilty plea on the books, okay?
I have a couple little things to put on the record, nothing big, but
Okay.
the first thing is have to do with jurisdiction, which can be brought up at any point.
Okay.
I want to make it clear that I'm here under special appearance. Nothing about my appearance today is to grant the court personal jurisdiction over me. I'm only here under threat or duress of arrest or pain and suffering, seeing as they have come and kidnapped me and arrested me falsely multiple times. Furthermore, I would like this immediately scheduled for a probable cause hearing because I need to understand, I need the state to prove that there's probable cause in this case, because as far as I can tell, there is none. Furthermore, no constitutional rights will be waived in this case at all. And so therefore, I'm stating that I'm exercising my Sixth Amendment right of self-representation. And
So you don't want to apply for an attorney?
well, I would like the courts to appoint a standby counsel as co-counsel. So I will therefore retain both my right of self-representation and the right to have the assistance of counsel by means of standby counsel. According to Simmons versus United States, the Supreme Court has already decided that we find it intolerable that one constitutional right should have to be surrendered in order to assert another. Therefore, I can assert both my constitutional right to self-representation and to have appointed counsel at the same time and exercise those rights concurrently. And I choose to do so in this case. Also, I want it on the record that I'm not waiving my right to speedy trial, and
Yeah,
nor
already
does.
stamped.
Okay, I don't waive my right to speedy trial.
Yeah, I said it's not, right here, time not waived, already have it.
Okay, and any co-counsel on this case does not have my permission to change that decision.
Okay.
They do not have my consent to file any motions against that or to change that in this case because I'm still representing myself in this case,
Okay.
and they would be standby counsel.
Okay. I have your not guilty plea entered. Now, as far as your request for a probable cause hearing, you'll have to put something in motion. There is no, in a misdemeanor case, there's no really procedural right to a probable cause showing. What we'll do is just schedule this. If you want to, we can schedule it directly for a trial, or would you like a pretrial? Understanding that your time's not waived.
Yeah, I definitely need a pretrial to make pretrial motions. We're going to motion to dismiss this for insufficient evidence. There's been no
And that
evidence
might be
shown, and then it will be on the prosecution to show that there is evidence, which is basically what I'm asking for,
Okay.
probable cause
Put
hearing.
something in writing for me, okay?
Absolutely, I can do that. And furthermore, Your Honor, I would like to know who the prosecutor on this case is, because in order to put something in writing, I need to serve service upon the prosecutor, and Kendra Kinney has a conflict of interest and cannot serve on this case, so therefore I need that information before I can put anything in writing to the courts.
Well, I have Mr. Brewster here, Assistant Law Director. This is a
It's
case,
a New Holland case, Your Honor. It'd be the village solicitor, or it'd be the special counsel he had, or it'd be the special appointed prosecutor he had previously. I can't tell you which it would be.
so I think possibly this was not filed under village ordinance. It was filed under state. And I think, but I'm not sure, and I don't have any personal knowledge of this.
All I know is my discussion, she handles no cases for New Holland.
Okay.
Does this court take cases directly from New Holland, or do they have to be transferred from New Holland
No.
court?
They're only transferred if they're first filed in the mayor's court, but it looks like this was filed directly here, which is actually preferable.
So, does he have jurisdiction here in Circleville to file charges?
Mhm. We have countywide jurisdiction in this court.
Okay, thank you.
But it is interesting. I do kind of need an answer.
Yeah, I need to know who the prosecutor is.
I can find out from Ken. I can check with Kendra, but
I don't know
it's
if
either going to be their village solicitor, or it's going to be I'm blanking on who had it.
Hank Schaab was the one who had it before.
It'll either be Hank again, or it will be the village.
Now, was Hank involved
I'm assuming
because?
it'll be Hank if Hank agrees to do it. Then
Was Hank involved because?
Kendra's conflict.
Kendra's conflict. So that meant it stayed with our law director, but she had a conflict, so we got a special prosecutor in on it.
But the difference between those cases is those were filed by the Pickwick County Sheriff. This is filed by New Holland Police.
New Holland Police, we do have jurisdiction over their cases.
Right.
They can either file in mayor's court. They have a village mayor's
is there no
court.
probable cause that they have to show for a court case to enter this court at all?
No.
Well, what do I have to do to file a criminal complaint? Am I allowed to do the same?
As a private citizen?
Yeah, obviously.
You would have to,
I'm a
as a
big guy.
private citizen without law enforcement, you would have to run that through the law director's office.
Well, she has a conflict of interest, so therefore, how do I go about that?
Listen, I can't sit up here and give you legal advice.
I mean, I'm a victim, and I'm just asking for victim advocacy.
Your Honor, to be frank to him, she has a conflict. I don't.
Yeah.
So it would run through me.
Okay, well, I have multiple felonies, bribery, harassment.
We don't handle felonies.
Well, I have violating
That
civil
you
rights,
need
which
to
is a
talk-
misdemeanor, and I have multiple misdemeanors that can be charged upon this person because I have video evidence of them violating my rights time and time, which is interfering with civil rights, which is a third-degree misdemeanor. That's ORC.
Listen, I don't want, it's not appropriate to have this conversation in my presence.
This
But listen, here's
has been
what
going on
we're
for
gonna do.
two years, Your Honor, and you're very aware of the charges. 25 charges dismissed in this court with State of Ohio versus Cody Henderson due to Chief William Lawless. Okay, so this is obvious harassment. I don't think that this is anything that needs not to be dealt with. I think that him and I need to exchange contacts and go talk about this right now, where I can show him the videos and we can work on getting a criminal complaint written up.
I can't let him do that because he's here on
Are
a.
these new facts? Is this something that happened recently, or is this a refiling of something?
No, it's not a refiling. Here's what the allegations are, just an FYI. The allegation is that on July 22nd of 2024, and again, I don't really want any arguments. I'm just like, just give me this. Cody Henderson used the Village of New Holland's sewer system, knowingly obtained or exerted control without consent. Now, it's alleged that he used the sewage system and is not paying a water or sewer bill. More likely
Sounds
than.
like a civil matter to me, Your Honor.
I agree.
Can I just ask, can it be dismissed with prejudice today?
Absolutely.
I agree.
Because that is not something to file a criminal charge on.
Okay.
I agree 100%, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
If
So
there's a
here's-
dispute over sewage and sewage use, the Department of Sewage can sue, go proper zoning, whatever procedures the village has. It doesn't need to be filed.
And technically, I don't think a police officer has jurisdiction over zoning matters. That's the zoning board and the zoning officer's duties and jobs. And I mean, it's kind of wild that the police officers are filing criminal charges against me for zoning issues. That's a civil matter.
Civil issue. Okay. So that's going to be dismissed, no court costs, and we are done.
Okay, and can I wait around for a copy, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And that's the full video of the arraignment that happened that day. All charges dismissed with prejudice against the state because Chief Lawless charged another malicious charge without a factual basis without a legal basis to support it. This proves a continuing pattern of harassment, and this is the 26th charge, now dismissed. And there you have it, CRB 2400-804, dismissed with prejudice in Circleville Municipal Court. Another one for the books.
Hey, Northwoods.
Another one for the books. How you doing, Northwood?
Another one.
Yeah, 25 to be exact. He's beat. I believe now it's nothing but retaliation by the chief of police.
Yeah.
After 25, but it gets better. It gets better.
It can only get better.
Better. Mellows, play that other one.
Wow Man Audits has a unique video for you today. This is me arguing for appeal against the attorney for Chief Lawless.
Aren't we all? And get ready. I'm in the middle of a snowstorm.
And I was the respondent to a civil protection order, which is the underlying case that is being appealed here. And the civil protection order was filed by a police officer who erroneously asserted that I had caused him and his family some type of threat. I don't know the specifics beyond that.
Let me just ask you, Mr. Henderson, in your brief, you stated that when they tried to serve you with the copy of the protection order, you said you declined to contract with the officers. What do you mean by contract?
I mean that I have the fundamental constitutional right to contract, to enter contracts, and to not enter contracts. So that means whenever someone comes up to enter an agreement with me to talk, that is a contractual agreement to speak to each other. And I meant that I did not choose to contract with those officers. I did not choose to speak to them in any effect of the matter. And I think the key difference here, because a lot of people look at this situation and they think of it in a criminal context. In a criminal context, it would be different. The officers obviously would have probable cause of a crime being committed, which would allow them to detain me and to violate or temporarily put my Fourth Amendment right on hold while they're detaining me for the crime. Now, in this case, it's completely different because this is a civil protection order, so it must follow Ohio civil rules of procedure. Clearly, in my brief, I lay out the civil rules of procedure that apply, which is Rule 4.1, capital B2, lowercase a and lowercase b. Those are two separate subsections. Lowercase a states that the sheriffs do have the ability to come up and serve someone with civil process. But section lowercase b states if that service is refused, which I did, I refused it, then they must follow a whole different procedure, which requires them by law to send it certified mail, which they did not do. Instead, they arrested me for refusing it, which is not okay. And it's a violation of my constitutional rights. And a 1983 lawsuit is going to come from that, but that's a separate issue. The issue here is my constitutional rights were clearly violated by the people who claim they served me according to law. They did not serve me according to law.
Well,
I just
the trial
explained
court's record indicates that you're served. I know you're saying you weren't, but the trial court's record. Let me finish. The trial court's record reflects that you were served. And there was a hearing where you could have raised the issues that you raise now on appeal, but you didn't appear for that hearing.
I didn't get notice of the hearing.
But you didn't raise that in your motion for new trial.
I did raise it in my motion for new trial. I raised the fact that I wasn't served according to law in my motion for new trial.
So there's a civil protection order, not the notice of the June 17th hearing.
I didn't get notice of the June 17th hearing, which came with the civil protection order. The civil protection order itself had a hearing date all attached with it and everything with it. I didn't receive any of that paperwork.
That hearing was continued and a new hearing was scheduled.
Trial. I raised the fact that I did not receive any mail from them. They sent the mail to the wrong address, and I didn't receive any of those notices. Furthermore, there's an affidavit that proves that and asserts that, and there's no evidence that can rebuttal it. Further than that, these officers are already caught on body camera, violating my constitutional rights and never serving me that paper. This same sheriff office has a body camera policy to have body cameras on when they're interacting with the public and doing business. So if they did serve me that, they would have to have recollection of it on body camera. Does not exist because they never served it to me. They arrested me, took me to jail, strapped me to a restraint chair, and tortured me because they think that that's the proper way to punish someone for not obeying their orders in relation to a civil summons, which is not okay, and that's not the proper procedure to law. Furthermore, I'll let the other side go, and I'll come back.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah. Excuse me. Good morning. May it please the court. Mr. Henderson, my name is Ashley Hetzel on behalf of appellee William Jason Lawless. What's required by law for a civil protection order is the notice and the opportunity to be heard. Mr. Henderson received notice of the protection order and the hearing, and he had an opportunity to be heard at that hearing. That's what the trial court had in front of it, that the sheriff's deputies properly served Mr. Henderson with the protection order and the notice. At the hearing, Mr. Henderson, for whatever reason, chose not to appear. It wasn't until after the hearing had been concluded that Mr. Henderson called the court to let them know that he was running late to the hearing. Like I mentioned in our brief and just now, the hearing had already been concluded. Can we actually consider the trial court's statement that he called after the hearing?
Objection hearsay.
This isn't a trial. This is just on appeal. It's just pure arguments. So she can make any presentation, include hearsay if she wants to. That's okay here.
Okay, hearsay is part of evidence.
Yeah.
I believe that the trial court was in the best position, and it's within their discretion to consider evidence. And so based on what was in front of the trial court. Well, but my question is, it seems that the evidence you're talking about was offered by the trial court itself in its decision. Is that an appropriate role for the trial court to play in putting that statement on the record? We believe so. We believe that the trial court's in the best position to consider that evidence and the credibility. And it was also in front of the trial court that the service had been perfected on Mr. Henderson and that he had notice of the hearing and an opportunity to be heard at that hearing. Okay. How do you respond to his argument under the B subsection that the officers, he says, didn't follow the correct procedure? Mr. Henderson raised those arguments in his motion for a new trial that was filed with the trial court. And so my response is that the trial court, it's within its sound discretion to consider those, and the trial court chose to deny the motion for a new trial.
So what is your position as to what the police officers, how they served him? He's claiming that he refused and there's another procedure that wasn't followed.
My response to that is that the sheriff's deputies had returned the service to the trial court as being perfected. And that's what the trial court considered, is that the service was perfected. Okay. So you're saying essentially that there was a document in front of the court that said it was properly served. He's saying on appeal that it wasn't properly served. That's correct. Are you saying that's not in the record? No, it's in the trial docket number 8, is that the notice to serve was returned and executed on Mr. Henderson on May 21st, 2024 by the sheriff's deputies.
And then the burden shifts if somebody wants to challenge service. The person who's challenging the service would have to bring forth evidence that they weren't properly served.
Correct.
Okay.
Finally, I would just like to make the last point, because Mr. Henderson did begin to speak as to the merits of the civil protection order. And I would just like to point out that his opportunity to appeal The merits was filed, if at all, 2 days late. So he has foreclosed on appealing the merits of the civil protection order. And if the court has no further questions, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. First of all, I did rebut the notice from the sheriffs that it was served on me, and I did that in my motion for new trial because I didn't get the opportunity of a hearing as I should, and I think that my Fifth Amendment right and 14th Amendment right to due process has been clearly egregiously violated here because I have not gotten the right to a hearing, and I proved that in the body camera footage that I included and attached to my motion to new trial. Which
you have to understand when you motion for new trial is not challenging the service. When you're motion for new trial, you're saying you just want the opportunity to be heard that you didn't commit these acts. So it's almost acknowledging that you got served.
No, my motion for new trial was me motioning for new trial based on the fact that the order was issued contrary to law, and I was just exerting my remedies as appellate courts generally recommend for people to do in the trial courts, is to exert their remedies before bringing something before the appellate court. So I did that out of honor of you guys. I tried to file this motion for new trial to have it dealt with on the trial court level, hoping that the judge would realize that there was an egregious violation made and there was a mistake made, and that he would give me the actual right to a hearing that I, as an American, have the right to. But unfortunately, he didn't do that. Instead, what he did is he responded with an entry that says that the court finds that the respondent was served according to law, despite his efforts to thwart said service. This is hostile language used against me. I did not thwart said service. I exercised my constitutional rights. And to twist the words and act as if I am thwarting something by exercising my fundamental rights is egregious. And not only egregious, it's hostile towards me and prejudiced me massively. Furthermore, he goes on, and the rest of his reliance in the entire order is based on hearsay that he heard apparently from his clerk between a phone call that I had personally with his clerk. And with his clerk, this phone call did not say that. What I said is, I don't know when there's a hearing, but I heard from my current attorney there's a hearing in this case. Can you tell me when it is? She said, actually, it just happened 30 minutes ago. I said, can you get me together every record in the case? I'm going to pick it up in an hour. Drove up there immediately, picked it up, and filed this motion for new trial as quickly as I possibly humanly could, within days. And I'm not an attorney, by the way. Okay? So the amount of work that I put into this is ridiculous. And really what I'm appealing here is I'm appealing this entry from Judge Bender here from the trial court that is completely based off hearsay. That's against the rules of evidence, first and foremost, for the judge to enter hearsay against me. For two, the judge entering his own evidence as the practicing of law, which is a violation of Ohio Judicial Rule of Conduct 3.1, thou shalt not practice law. You can't practice law from the bench. That's a rule that goes back all the way to the Magna Carta. So we can take this back to common law to the back of the beginning. But this is an egregious violation of my rights on multiple fronts, whether it goes to the sheriffs violating my constitutional rights when they didn't let me leave and they didn't let me refuse the contract and send it certified mail according to law. That's the first egregion of my constitutional rights. Number two is the judge acted clearly contrary to the law because he introduced his own evidence against me, which is biased and prejudiced me directly. And he based his whole finding off of this thwart said service, this hostile language that he's using against me without any case law, without any citation to evidence. And as I said, I've submitted video that proves that I wasn't served properly. There's obviously prejudice by the judge. It's ridiculous what is in this order right here. I can't believe that somebody that went to law school wrote this, because my writings are far more intelligent and artful than to say someone thwarted said service by exercising their constitutional rights. Never should I be seen as being thwarting a service by exercising my constitutional rights. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and if we don't have constitutional rights, we don't have law, period. So furthermore, I would like to cite Briars versus United States. It is the duty of the courts to be watchful for the constitutional rights of the citizens. And that's cited in my brief. And it's also been reaffirmed in Boyd. So Boyd versus United States and Byers versus United States emphasize the same exact sentiment, that it's the duty of the courts the absolute duty of the courts to be watchful for the constitutional rights of the citizens and against any stealthy encroachments thereof. This civil protection order, the order from Judge Bender, the way the trial court treated me and the way that I've not been given the opportunity of fair service is an absolute stealthy encroachment on my constitutional rights, on Ohio constitutional rights, my Fourth Amendment, my Fifth Amendment, my 14th Amendment, and furthermore, my freedom of locomotion when these sheriffs grab me up for no reason. So I think that I have every right in law to assert that I have the right to have this trial or have this case reversed and remanded back to the trial court where I can actually get the opportunity to address my accuser, address all of this, address this order from the judge that is based off hearsay, and actually go through this according to law, through the proper techniques and the proper citations that has been founded through common law and has been supported ever since. And so I'm a big activist of the Constitution, and that's why I've been targeted here. And that's why this is all happening, is because I'm suing her client for $2.3 million for violating my constitutional rights. And the Judge Bender, obviously doesn't like that, if you can tell by his order that uses hostile language against me, and that further uses hearsay as the only basis to substantiate the claim of why I don't deserve a new trial. Furthermore, I've clearly proven in my motion for new trial that for every other reason, I do deserve a new trial. So for those reasons listed and the reasons in my appellant brief, I'm kindly and respectfully asking this court to stand for constitutional rights, to stand against stealthy encroachments as the Supreme Court has commanded, and to stand on behalf of the constitutional rights of the citizens and allow this to go through the court through the proper procedures. I'm not asking for a freebie here. It's still got to be remanded. I've still got to fight my way through this. I'm not asking for you guys to side with me completely. I'm just asking for an opportunity to fight this case. That's it. Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
No, I'm done.
All right, thank you. All right, appreciate both of you coming in here this morning. We'll take the matter under advisement and then we'll render our decision. Mm-hmm.
It's a wild man arguing his first appeal. What do you expect? Was your boy cooking? Post your comments below. Subscribe.
He certainly was cooking, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He was cooking on all cylinders there, man. You see, that's what I want to see. I want to see more of us educating ourselves and standing up for ourselves in these kangaroo courts that they've set up. And these courts and the court systems, they're all set up and rigged against us, right? That was beautiful to see. That guy was an artist, and I, for one, want to see more of that. More from him, more from others like him, more other people, more like inspired by him, you know, to go and educate themselves on the law. I mean, shit, the guy went and fucking, you know, above and beyond in my opinion. I mean, shit, the guy's been charged unlawfully like 28 times, was it? He's beat every case. Beat every case. All right? This is what I'm saying. The system tried to chew him up and spit him out, and in the end, just made him better, made him more dangerous, educated, knowledgeable. You know? They created their own worst enemy. Good. They created this. You know, I mean, they could have just done their job, right? The way it was supposed to be done. But no, they want to be dictators. They want to, you know, abuse their powers and their right and their positions of trust over us. Well, what do you think's going to happen? People are going to rise up. People are going to fucking fight back.
Oh, yeah.
This is expected. I mean, it's been that way for thousands, literally thousands of years, right? Why would it change now? Because they've got AI and the internet. It's just made us more dangerous, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree.
Our only downfall is we are so disorganized. You know? And there's your inherent flaw, the organization. The minute you set up an organization, it's doomed to fail. This is why we need to be our own Batmans, our own heroes, like Wildman, you know? This guy, he literally become his own Batman, his own savior. He saved the day at the end of the day. He put on that fucking cape and he went in there and he faced the music. And he won. We need more people like that. If we're gonna win, we need people like that.
Well, it is 10 o'clock here, my time.
Yeah. You want to call it a day, Mamabear?
Yep. Well, let's go for 10 more minutes so we get 5 hours.
Sure.
So let's play some music.
Well, let's play some more music and we'll shut it down at 5. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in and sticking with us all this time. Sorry about the shouting. I kind of get a little bit ahead of myself. We're carried away sometimes, you know?
That's all right.
Well, you know, we've always said, Mellows and I said that we were going to bring the truth as much as possible, and that's what we're trying to do. Yes, we will be in Jitsi. Yeah, we're trying to bring the truth out.
If anyone needs the link.
I'll see you over there because this dog, I gotta let him out again.
All right. Just give me a second, I'll open it up. And Jitsi
I'll jump up for a minute. Ferno, we're going to be here for a few minutes.
All right. And Jitsi is open if anyone does want to jump in there. I'm going to go to the toilet. You can.
I got the music.
Okay.
Daddy. Huh? Food here. Yeah, Brian, and what's your guts? Call me, Elena. I'm so tired. Just call me, Elena. I'll be there in a minute, I promise. Stop.
I wake up, shut the door. Somebody save me from myself. I've spent so long living in hell. All the pills, I start to spiral. Message to my daughters, I don't even deserve the father title. Haley, I'm so sorry. I know I wasn't there for your first guitar recital. Didn't walk you down the aisle. Missed the birth of your first child. Your first podcast, looking down, sweetie. I'm so proud of how you turned out. Sorry that I chose drugs and put them above you. Sorry that I didn't love you enough to give them up. How the fuck do I not love you more than a pill? Looking up to the ceiling from this floor to wonder, will somebody save me from myself? I've spent so long living in hell. They say my lifestyle is bad for my health. It's the only thing that seems to help. Elena, sorry that you had to hear me fall in the bathroom. Sorry that I missed your graduate, Nate. I should just congratulate you on being a dad to Carter and Liam. Look at your little bro. Sorry I left you. Sorry that I'll never get to hold or hug my little nephew Stevie. I'm sorry I missed you. Grow up that I didn't get to. Be the dad I wanted to be you. Things I wanted to see you do. This is my song from me to you. Sorry I gave up, but I'm just so defeated. Now what the fuck you want me to do? From myself, I've spent so long living.
Another head hangs lowly, child is slowly taken, and the violence caused such silence. Who are we mistaken? But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting with their tanks attacks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns in your head, they are crying in your head, in your head. Zombie, 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 what's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 what's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 oh, oh, another mother's breaking heart is taking over. When the violence causes silence, we must be mistaken. It's the same old theme since 1916. In your head, they're still fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are dying. In your head, in your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 zombie. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we living in a world where the truth's under attack. Mellows vigilante got the spotlight on the facts. Eyes on the audit, we ain't taking no more lies. Government corruption, we expose it, open skies. They think they can just play us, manipulate the game. But we digging deep, turning whispers into flames. Grab the mic, hit the streets, let the message unfold. Transparency, that's the anthem, time to break the mold. Mellow, mellow, eyes on the audit, shining light on the shadows like we go. Take a stand, break the chains, truth's a weapon, it's our name.
What's going on, man? You just let one down and
Yeah.
Bitsy.
Cool,
You
yeah.
wanna listen to Bitsy?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, it's been a while. Like, yeah, maybe come up here and see what y'all been doing. So.
Yeah. So what do you think when you've been watching some of the videos we've been playing?
Oh yeah. A little bit of it. I think I was watching part of that court case. Yeah, but I didn't watch enough of it to give you some. But yeah, just kind of coming in and out for a minute. But.
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh yeah.
Some of the videos we played, especially that one where they got kicked out. That was the congressman getting kicked out. Fired.
Oh yes. Yeah. What's her name? Waters, right? Maxine Waters. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I remember. It's like, I saw that one. Yeah.
Going full meltdown.
Yeah.
And this is only like, a week ago. It was the same people were getting twisted over the auditors coming in and taking photographs of them, right? Get them out. Get him out.
Oh,
No. You know, same people that were complaining about the January 6ers. Yeah, same ones.
Oh yeah.
Same hypocrites. Oh, January 6th, January 6th. Now look at motherfucking hypocrite. That was just so funny.
Yeah. But like I said, yeah. Yeah, when the tables get flipped, yeah, then they, hey, so funny.
Brilliant.
Jerk offs, so, it's kind of the wrong way. Well, I got something twisted around this.
Motherfucker.
It's a funny way to turn. I wanted to go the other way. It's not facing that way.
Why?
Oh, I see what's up. There it is.
Did you see the first video we played?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh, God. Bad.
Yeah.
Showed up. Our system is.
Okay, sure.
And if they're doing that to animals, think about what they're doing to the human beings.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's weird when the people hurt animals. It's just such a such a
Did
lowly
Fauci
thing.
get a pardon?
What's that?
Fauci, did he get a pardon?
Yeah.
Oh,
He
yeah.
got- So it literally doesn't matter what happens here. They find him guilty, he's pardoned. Right.
Yeah, right.
They're trying to reverse the pardons.
Okay.
There you go. I mean, what, more taxpayers' money being wasted?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Huh?
Yeah, just
Yep.
Why not?
So, alrighty, we are going to end the show. I thank everybody for coming.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and sticking with us. We will definitely catch you on the next one. Thank you, Mamabear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Inferno, for jumping up at the last second.
Yeah, man. Anytime, man.
And to all our visitors, thank you for joining us. See you on the next one, guys.
Peace, everybody.
Hey, Muckster. Good night, mate.
Hey, Max.
Night, Mark.
Yeah, we're on the wrong brand. Hang on. Outro's over here. Take care, guys. We'll be in Jitsi. If anyone wants to jump over and join us, you're welcome.
Oh, yeah.
Bye-bye for now.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.